It's football. I've been watching it for 40 years.
Are you kidding me?
You're listening to Winning Cures Everything.
Game day, baby. Wake up or get out.
Here's your host,
A confident young man, a superb athlete.
Gary Seegers.
All right, it is the 2025 NFL Draft first round, and we got the Westlight Pirates. We got Chris Giannini back in the fold, and of course, I am your host, Gary Seegers, for Winning Cures Everything, but this is also a Westlight Pirates podcast as well. So it's not just me. We got John in here as well. The rest of the boys will be here soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'll look more like a Westlight Pirates podcast in a little while, I guess.
Instead, right now, it's just a Westlight Pirate.
There you go.
So, gentlemen, start us off. John, how are you? How are you feeling about tonight? I don't imagine we got to watch for a whole lot of Northwestern stuff tonight, but still going to be a good time, right?
No, well, so I don't know. Like, I want to believe that the Raiders are going to honor the spirit of Al Davis by reaching for wide receiver speed and taking A.J. Henning in the first round. Like, that's until it doesn't happen, I'm going to just assume that it is going to happen.
Gotcha.
And they're like, we saw all that Northwestern production. It's like 5'9", 5'10", fast. That's a Raider. That's what I think is going to happen.
That's what I like to hear. Chris, how are you? It's been a while since we've done this. This is, I believe, 2019, I think, is when we started. So this would be the 7th straight year that we've done this.
Yeah. I think so. And I do one pod a year now, and that's it. And I love it. I'm excited. I've got a lot of takes. I've got a year's worth of stuff going on that I'm going to vomit out tonight.
I'm good with that. You did a podcast over the fall, right? You did like an SEC. I forget what it was called.
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
I was gonna say,
I don't remember that. I don't think that happened.
They didn't forget you, Chris. Your impact was felt there.
Yes, it was felt.
Very short.
It was definitely felt.
Forgot that
Gary, we have to confirm right off the top, because I didn't specifically. Is Jalen Milroe in the green room right now?
Yes, and from what I understand, there were so many people dropping out of the green room that that ESPN was trying to persuade some people to stay in the green room.
So just so everyone knows, we've worked this out ahead of time. Beyond pick 15, every time they cut to Jalen Milroe, Gary has to take a drink. That's just the rules. I don't make the rules. It's just
I'm going to bet that's 18. I'm going to bet that's at least 18 drinks, because I'm going to bet
I would bet it's more,
because
well,
I'm just saying at least.
Well,
at least. Yeah, it'll be significantly more. There has been like some talk about the Steelers potentially taking him in the first round. I don't. Y'all know my feelings on Milroe.
I get why they pulled him in, though, because we know ESPN's the SEC network, and this is, shall we say, not exactly a sexy draft from an SEC perspective.
No, it is not. But here's the problem with that: SEC fans are. I know that everyone thinks that we're just dumb Neanderthals, but we actually watch this crap. Okay, we watch every bit of it. We know exactly what this guy can and can't do. I assure you that average fans living in Missouri and Arkansas and Georgia absolutely know more about Jalen Milroe's ability than anybody that's going to be on television tonight on ESPN or the NFL Network.
I realized halfway through that it was going to be a broadside at Jalen Milroe, and I was just
that's not a shot at him. That's not a shot at him. That's a shot at the people who do this for a living. They get paid large sums of money, and they follow scripts, and they don't actually watch all of these games. Because if you do, you know what he's capable of, and you know what he's not. And he has real capabilities, but those aren't NFL level capabilities.
Well, and how about this? Maybe they're not quarterback capable.
Well, okay, that's fine, but he's not the athlete that you take in the first round on a Thursday night, first round only draft, if you are not going to play him at quarterback.
Agree.
Yeah, again, I think that aside from Matthew Golden from Texas, I don't know that there's going to be another SEC skill position player that goes in the first round. And
I don't think there's one that has touched, like, that would actually touch the football
Right.
on offense.
Which, again,
That
like
is-
ESPN wants to remind you that there are position players that you know that played football this year in the SEC.
That's fine. I don't understand this forcing square peg into round hole. Like, allow what happens to happen and let fans.
The Colts did this a couple of years ago, right? With Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Or was that last year? No, that was 2 years ago.
Well, the difference is Anthony Richardson had played so few games, nobody knew what he was really capable of. And so it's do you want a boat or do you want a mystery box? And the problem is there's nothing mysterious about Jalen unless you think you can magically change everything about the way he throws the football to play quarterback. Now, if you're looking for Taysom Hill, that's great. I don't know that the Saints would draft Taysom Hill in the first round.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. Titans are on the board now. First pick, 10 minutes. There's 9:36 left as of this. So if you're trying to sync us up, then you can do that.
We should say, right, that this is shaping up to be at least the top 3, maybe the top 5.
I think the top 4 are done.
The most tipped draft.
Yeah, I think the top 4 are done. I can't speak for 5, but I think the top 4 are done.
Let's see. I'm going to pull up. And
I know ESPN is probably trying, and the NFL are probably begging teams to trade up. The issue is none of these players are
worth trading up for.
Are worth giving up next year's draft picks to trade up, or extra picks in this year to trade up. And therein lies the problem. Every one of these guys would rather trade back.
So we think here's our thoughts, right? Cam Ward first, and then Travis Hunter second, Abdul Carter third,
and then
Campbell
fourth. And those 4, I would almost bet everything I have that's the exact order these 4 are going in.
And then Graham is.
So I think after that, I think we've got potential for chaos.
Then the question becomes: does anyone reach for Genti? Because
he could go with the Jaguars at 5, or he could go all the way down to the end of the first round.
Right. Which again, I feel like we've talked. This is the great thing for all of you who are watching this. You know that we all talk so much. And one thing we've talked about is there are a lot of running backs in this draft. He truly is special, but like
we're going. So we're going to see how teams kind of view this. I'm going to tell you my opinion. I think there is one player in this draft that has potential to have a gold jacket at the end of his career. One.
Travis Hunter,
and that's Genti. I think he's the only one that actually has real potential to be a Hall of Fame player when it's done. One of the best who ever play. That doesn't mean nobody else will do it. I'm telling you, nobody else projects that way.
I want to live in a world where a running back can still make the Hall of Fame.
Well, no. Running backs will still make it. They'll be graded in the future based on their predecessors and their era, and then against historic people. Because there's like if Saquon doesn't get hurt, Saquon Barkley's going into the Hall of Fame. We've seen enough of his career, and what's he only 4 or 5 years into it?
Yeah,
and we already see the projection going forward, pending he doesn't have an extremely short career.
So let's look at it this way. We know that football is basically a pendulum sport, right?
Right.
So it goes way far this way, it comes way back the other direction.
Can I just interrupt? I just want to make a point that Cam Ward just went number 1 overall in this draft. Or no, I guess he's about to. But we're watching Shedeur Sanders highlights right now.
Well,
you are. I'm watching the NFL Network.
Oh,
okay.
Good. Well, good for you.
Get off of ESPN, and you'll be a lot better off.
I'm a sucker for tradition. Shedeur Sanders highlights are Travis Hunter highlights. So it's. Oh, speaking of which,
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
How y'all doing tonight?
Sorry, man, Mike. We're doing well.
Good.
Well. So, Sam, what about you? How are you doing?
Playing injured, but we're hanging in there as best we can.
Glad you're here.
Yes, very, very glad.
I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it.
So we were talking about the pendulum swing as far as offenses in the NFL, offenses in college football, that what used to work might be able to work again because everybody has gone so far this direction trying to defend this thing that now potentially the bruising force of an Ashton Jeanty, et cetera, could maybe be an advantage at this point. It hasn't been for quite some time, but Chris said that he thinks that the only person in this draft that has gold jacket potential would be Ashton Jeanty.
That is my opinion. Yes.
I don't know if I
said that
agree
right
with
before
it.
you came on.
I mean, Jeanty, he's phenomenal. He's absolutely phenomenal. And like, you see what Saquon did. And I while I was in the waiting room, I heard you guys talking a little bit about Saquon, but like, he has brought the run, like he's been the game changer that I think we all knew that he would be, coming out of college. I mean, God, John, we watched him play. He's incredible. And, there's a long line of Penn State running backs, but man, Saquon was different. He was
nothing like him. Yeah.
I wish we could go back like a month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks to when it seemed like there was a chance Ashton Jeanty was going to be there for your Broncos at 20.
Oh, I was hoping. I was really, really hoping.
I think that ship sailed.
Oh man,
Yeah, I do too. I may be wrong on that, and I'd like to see him land there because I have seen what Sean Payton can do with an elite running back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
indeed.
I'm sure we'll get there as we get a little bit later in the draft, but there was a lot of chatter that Denver might be looking to move up, but how high would you need to go? And it sounds like you're going to need to go to 5, if not higher, if you wanted to get Jeanty. So does Denver really want to give like 2 first-round picks to move up to get your running back when you've got the kid Hampton out of North Carolina or either of the Ohio State running backs also both really good? I mean,
where do we think Travion's going, by the way?
I don't know, like
late first, early second.
First. I'm going to roll the dice and say early second. But then again, like if you look at all of these mocks, there are so few running backs and wide receivers that it's almost like I guess more so with wideouts, but is that really going to hold? It goes back to the sexiness of the draft thing. Is it really just going to be a run on like interior linemen for the whole second half of this round? Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like because everyone's got Golden, everyone's got McMillan, everyone's got Jeanty, and then there's a couple guys that are maybes. But I kind of wonder as we get to the bottom half of the first round if people are like, look, like I want the third best wide receiver available. I want the second best running back available. I don't know.
Wow. So the Browns are trading with the Jags.
Wow.
Jacksonville's moving up to 2.
To take
Where
who?
did you see this?
Wow.
Schefter.
Wow. Fascinating. To take Hunter, I guess.
It's got to be to take Hunter. It's a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick. That's it. That's all it took to go from 5 to 2.
Wow.
I got kicked out. I just got back in, and I can't believe that I thought that we were going to have a boring start.
Is that a crazy – this isn't a crazy tip that the Browns want Shedeur, is it?
God, I hope not. No, let me tell you what I think it might be, and this is the truth. This Browns team has very few assets if you're going to look at this from a analytical perspective and a I guess like an old school NBA way to build a football team. They don't have a lot of picks. They don't have any money, so they need as many rookies as they can, and they might just be trying to accumulate players.
Yeah, I mean, they just effectively passed on Travis Hunter, if that's true.
Well, yeah, 100% they passed on Travis Hunter.
I mean, that's wild. I mean, I think
I would like as for the Browns, I would like them to not come out of this draft with a quarterback. There's nobody in this class that I would want on the roster at all. I would just rather wait until next year. That's it.
Well, that's
so if you're the Browns, then who are you trading back to get? Are you
You're not trading back to get anybody. You're just trading back to get picks.
You're just going to 5
you
and get
don't
an
care.
offensive line, maybe? I don't know.
Well, they do need offensive line. But then lies the issue. They need a lot of things.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating. All right, so Ward, I mean, again, we're talking about an ACC quarterback here.
Yeah, we didn't talk about him at all. I'll tell you this. I actually like him. I do like the guy. I thought about this all day today, okay? let's take the last 3 number 1 overall picks. You've got Ward, and we have the luxury of hindsight to see Caleb Williams for 1 year, who projects better than all of them. And then you've got 2 years of Bryce Young, which is his first year, a huge embarrassing failure. And then this past year, he had like a little bit of a redemption story after starting off exactly the same as he looked last year. Where does Cam Ward fit into that? Let's not put him into all the guys from last year because we got a couple quarterbacks that look really good. Caleb Williams did not look great his first year. He still held onto the football too long, and he still threw the ball in way too many dangerous windows over and over and over again. Can you coach those things out of him? And would you rather have the unknown, the mystery box of Cam Ward?
Yeah.
Because I think I actually would, by the way. Over all 3 of those guys, I think I would take Ward.
Well, I think, again, I know you said, like, comparing him to the guys from last year, but, like I guess a guy I come back to is, like, Penix, because we haven't really seen much of Penix.
Yeah, we haven't seen enough of Penix. I'm not trying to compare him to all those guys.
But I mean, like,
Penix got to start. He looked good, though.
Right. So I'm like, do they, who's, like, if he was in the last draft, do they like him more than Penix or less than Penix? And we know Penix went kind of shockingly high, but, like, I'm still like, I don't know. Like, again, Ward is good. I mean, I didn't watch much of him live, and then I tuned into the Pop-Tart Bowl to watch him, and he sat for the whole second half. But
here's what I worry about. The ACC defenses were so not good last year. I don't know if Ward is a product of, hey, he moved to Miami, who had significantly more talent than, and obviously the defense was a problem, hence why they have a new defensive coordinator from y'all's neck of the woods, actually, from Minnesota. But when you look at what he did, he took a Miami team that probably should have been playing in the ACC championship game and didn't get there. Right? So I don't know. Like, I've got questions about it. I do like him. Like, he's got some.
But I can't just judge him from last year, though. You got to remember, this guy played at a extremely low level and did well enough to get picked up by a Washington State in a pretty good, really good Pac-12 year, their final season. Right. He did really, really well there. And that's
their
how
final season he went 5-7. Like that.
No, but I'm talking about how he played. You can't look at Washington State's overall record, Gary. Come on,
true.
man.
That's true.
So
he's on a bad team in a really good conference.
I need to revise. I said that was it. Jacksonville's also trading next year's first.
Yeah, I was almost positive they had to get another first in there. And you want next year's first. I think the Browns, if I could just brainwave stuff 3,000 miles to Cleveland. Well, I guess Cleveland's only like 700 miles, 900 miles. I don't know.
The details on that, by the way, Chris, on that, the Browns get the 5th overall pick. They get the 36th overall pick, so a second round. They get the 126th pick in the 4th round and a 2026 first round pick. Jags get number 2 overall, number 104 overall, so a 4th round pick this year, and the 200th overall pick, which is the 6th round pick.
So here's what I want Cleveland to do. I would like Cleveland to tank this year and be in the bag for Arch Manning. I would like the unknown of Arch Manning.
Is Arch Manning really the guy going into next year, though?
Well, okay, I'll tell you this. I'll take Arch or whoever else comes out at quarterback over all of these guys this year. How about we do it that way then?
So So, Chris, you asked us to prepare our spiciest takes for. I
need everybody to have at least one
for this show. You've teed me up for one of my spicy hot takes for this one, which is I like Curtis Rourke in the 7th round of this draft more than I like any other quarterback in any other round.
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna take one, you just gotta throw something at the wall and hope it sticks.
You can get Rourke in probably the 7th round, and maybe
there's a world where you could unround,
or as a UDFA, exactly. And as long as we're talking about guys who like performed at lower levels and then stepped up and just kept playing great football, and he's also like 6'4", 220. And again,
I was about to say he's got the frame.
I'm not saying he's Cam Ward. I'm saying he's available in the 7th round of this draft.
That's right. He's free.
Right.
So my hot take is about to be. Let's see if Hunter gets picked. He almost has to, right?
He's going there.
There's no chance they did this for Carter, right? I mean,
Carter's good, but
There's
Hunter
no chance they did this for Carter.
No, you don't. You don't do that
because I got a little bit of spice. Hot take for Hunter. I mean, it's not really a hot take. It's just a ceiling floor kind of situation.
Well, I have a Hunter take too. What's your Hunter take?
So my Hunter take is there is a world where Hunter is a good slot receiver in the NFL, and he's a good DB. But if he does both of those at a fair to middling level, is that worth all of this hype? And I think that the chance that his floor is not what everyone thinks his floor is. I think he's a freak athlete, but when you talked about level of competition, he's never faced great competition at any level because of following Deion. Had he gone to Florida State, he'd have a very different resume for competition.
I mean, you had 1 year of Pac-12, you had 1 year of Big 12. I mean, the Big 12 last year I thought was better than the ACC. If we're being honest,
okay. I mean, I wouldn't argue with that, but from a maybe I'm just saying I think there's a world where he's not the unicorn we want him to be. There's also a world where he is. It's not zero though. That's what I'm saying.
So I have a related hot take, which is kind of goes the other way. I mean, it's not diametrically opposed to yours or anything. My hot take with Hunter is one. I think he's a wide receiver. And if you want to sprinkle some cornerback on the side, that's fine, but he's a wide receiver and potentially a phenomenal wide receiver. I'm not saying what you're saying about the competition. I don't disagree, but watching all of Colorado's highlights from this past season are Travis Hunter highlights. If it's a Shedeur Sanders highlight, it's really a Travis Hunter highlight.
I don't disagree with that.
And they just chucked it downfield to him in double coverage, again and again.
My issue is this: did anybody close to Patrick Surtain guard him?
No.
Okay.
No.
That all right. So I just took the best cornerback in football, or one of the best cornerbacks in football. But there are a lot of guys that are pretty damn close to Patrick Surtain.
Yes.
Throughout the NFL, and that's where and it's because he played both ways. Now, let me tell you the flip side of that coin. I think if you're going to take him, you have to really put the analytical hat on, and you have to allow him to play both ways. I think that's easy. I don't think it's as complicated as everyone's making it to be. But what I think you have to do is you have to say, what is the average amount of snaps that a DB plays all year or a game in a receiver? What is the average snap? And then you break this thing down by most important snaps of the game. I think first down, and I think the analytics show it, first down on offense or defense is the most important down. So every first down, whether he's on offense or defense, he's on the field, okay? And most third downs, depending on down and distance. And to keep his breaks, he never touches the field on second down. He just doesn't need to. And you can math your way into him being able to play both sides of the ball and still playing the same amount of snaps as everybody else.
I will say it's like you are totally right that it could be like splitting the baby in terms of his production, and then maybe he doesn't get there on either side of the ball. I'm just watching this guy. Like, there is a chance he's one of the 5 biggest stars in the NFL.
Oh, no, I agree. Hang on. I said that was a worst case scenario. That's not my hot take. That's absolutely not my hot take. Yeah. I've got a hot take that is steaming pile of hotness, and I think it's 100% true, though. It's not wild. It's wild, but it is. Anyway, I got a hot take, and it's not mine. It's not an original thought of mine. I heard somebody else say it, and I couldn't stop thinking about it for days.
So
are we teasing us?
Oh, yeah. No, it's not appropriate to throw out here. It has to come in context. You got to listen. Fair. I'll tell you this. Let's wait until the Eagles pick, and then I'll give it to you. How about that?
God, this is these
4 hours from now. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll get to it before then. God,
it's hilarious that they're showing Jackson State highlights here now that we know like this. It was obscene that this guy played in the SWAC at any point.
I am excited. I wish he was a Brown. I like the Browns getting had that you told me, Chris, they could trade this first pick overall, and all they get is next year's first round pick and an extra second this year. And I'd have been like, do the deal. Because I want multiple first-round picks next year because we think next year's draft is going to be significantly stronger, correct?
Well, that's just what you got. I mean, you go down 3 spots, you pick up a first for next year.
No, but they got this year's pick and next year's pick.
Yeah.
That's not – so, like, I hate when people say, oh, he got 2 first-round picks. No, we got 1 extra first-round pick. We swapped picks this year. So you don't get to count that pick. So we didn't get 2 first-round picks for it.
It's, again, like if you're – I would say the big thing is if you're a Jaguars fan, you're ecstatic right now.
I do
agree
with that.
Next year's first for a second. You didn't think that this was going to happen.
I just thought of something. I just realized it. You're talking – I think he needs to play DB. And you know why? Because he's in the AFC South. And if there are quarterbacks that like to give the other team the football, it is the AFC South quarterbacks.
But also you're lining him up across the field for BTJ.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. BTJ is fine on his own. He was
No, you put him on the other side.
Being a solo dude.
I mean,
no, because now you're taking catches away from my boy.
I also I like Hunter. Like
I do too.
For a guy he has been in the spotlight for so much. Like he had the YouTube show. There's all the stuff with the girlfriend and all that stuff that all got. And at the end, like this guy is just humble and is just like at the end of the day, like for a guy, it should have by all accounts broken a totally different way for this guy in terms of the way he conducts himself. And he's just like pretty straightforward. And he gets picked by the Jaguars. He's clearly super stoked to be a Jag. I mean, that city's going to love him.
Oh, yeah.
He's
big time.
My phone is blowing up. My good buddy Ryan is from Jacksonville. He's a huge Jaguars fan. He's over the moon on here.
Yeah, I can only imagine. They're
moon.
Chris, we should mention we haven't gotten to it yet, but this is kind of a special year for us. Because Northwestern Football Nation, one of ours is one of yours now. Josh Thompson.
I'm very excited. I'm going to a game. I'm waiting for Gary to tell me when the TV times finally get listed so I can pick a game. Because the 2 games that I'm trying to go to could easily be the 11 o'clock game that week, and I'm not doing that.
This is a player we were really sad to lose.
Yeah.
Player we love.
I'm glad he came to a good place.
It's
good
also
home. We're going to take care of him.
We've talked about this a ton of times too. You all know this, like the Northwestern community, the way it's a tight community. Like we know that family too. Awesome family. We're just stoked that he's one of you. I mean, again, we're not stoked to lose him, but we're stoked that he's one of yours now.
Let's go to Death Valley. Let's go see him. Let's go see the
stays in the family.
He's super versatile too. I don't know if he's going to play right guard for you.
I think he's going to play guard. I will tell you that coming out of our camp, whatever, I know everybody had good things to say. I know Brian Kelly is the butt of a lot of people's jokes. I appreciate the fact that he is honest. He openly criticized multiple starters all the time. He came out and said that Josh was one of the most impressive guys in camp.
There we go.
Glad to have him on that team, and the offensive line is gelling well, which is a scary thing because we lost 4 out of the 5 starters. And that 5th guy that's coming back was not good at all.
Diana Rossini.
Abdul Carter Abdul Carter to the Giants.
So, and we expected that. So everything has gone according to plan other than who was picking at number 2.
Yeah, I did not see that at all.
Did anyone put any stake in the Giants looking at Shador? I mean, that was a lot.
I think that was a lot of smoke. I'll tell you that I heard so many people talking about like the Giants don't need this, the Giants don't need that because the defensive line is about the only thing they're like actually really good at. And all I keep hearing in the back of my head is Al Davis from the 80s and the 90s. Just you brought Al Davis up earlier, John. I'll bring him up again. It builds strength on strength. If your team is really bad, but there's something you're good at, be elite at that thing, and it can carry you over humps. It can help you be the difference between winning a game and losing a game if you are absolutely elite somewhere. And I do think the Giants are finally elite at a position group, and it is that defensive front.
So it's a great trigger to talk about Carter, who like we watched for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, like we had to deal with when Manny Diaz was running those defenses and then when Tom Allen was running those defenses. But Carter's interesting because he's, first of all, loved him. We loved him. I mean, hated to play him.
Oh, yeah.
But under Diaz, he was part of, he was playing linebacker then. And he was one of these tools where Diaz would bring heat from everywhere all the time. And he was one of those great tools. Now, you can even watch him on, like, he's a lean dude and he very much looks like a linebacker. And I know a ton of people compare him to Parsons because Parsons, they're both 11. They're both awesome players. They both played for Penn State. But we watched Parsons. Parsons was a world wrecker in college. We said it on the draft show that year and probably many times on that guy was hands down the best player in the Big Ten. He was an unstoppable force. He went way too low. He should have been a top 3 pick. We said this at the time. Carter's awesome. I don't think he's that. He's the pure speed edge. And like he's played 1 year of defensive line, which whatever, he's awesome. And he looked awesome and he was awesome in the whole playoff. But I don't think I think he's a pure speed football player. And that's not to say that he's not going to be a great edge, but I don't think Michael Parsons is an everything football player, and I don't think that's what Carter is.
No, he's not. No, he's not Carter, and he's not even Thibodeau. He's not going to walk onto it. That's why I said there's two blue chip athletes, like absolute blue chip athletes in this draft. Hunter was the other one. Carter's he's not as good as some of the other guys, but he's really good. He's really, really good. Yeah. He's the best athlete overall in this draft. That's not Genty, in my opinion.
Right. But it's interesting
because Hunter. Yeah, those two guys are different, I believe.
Yeah, I just don't know if he's again, and I might be shorting him big time here, but I'm I don't know that he's a first or second down defensive end. Which again, maybe he is, maybe he bulks up, maybe he's sweet. But again, he played 1 year of defensive line, and the rest of that time he was a linebacker in a super blitz heavy offense. And then they put him at the edge, and it worked out really well. And to your point, be good at one thing, be good at being fast, getting around the edge, and getting to the quarterback. Oh, yeah. He does.
No, and I'm going to tell you this. In the NFL, that's really what you need to do. They use middle linebackers, and they use defensive linemen to stop the run. I mean, edge guys just protect the edge. Don't let anybody outside of you, and go get the quarterback. That's your job.
Right.
Hey, Diana Rossini, by the way, just a couple minutes ago, tweeted, the Cleveland Browns are taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick per sources. I am told they are open to moving down again.
Oh, it's the full Belichick.
Belichick,
Chris.
I think the phone lines from Denver and Chicago are probably ringing off the hook. I mean, there's so much.
If we can pick up another first rounder for next year,
there's so much chatter about the Bears going
from this year's draft, and you can move it to 2 picks extra for next year's draft, you have absolutely dominated this draft.
Sammy,
no players.
Sammy, how much is your boy worth to you? What is he worth?
Well, I mean, if Sean Payton gets his hands on Ashton Genty with the offense that they have and the defense that they have, that's a scary team. Bo Nix has another year under him. I mean, I was so pleased with the way Bo played last year. That was everything I hoped for and more.
The running game on offense is literally the only thing that was missing. And hang on, name 3 receivers you like on your roster. You can't. How was that offense really good last year, and none of their skill players are any good outside of Cortland Sutton?
Hey,
Marvin Mims is gonna he's turning some heads. He got some speed. I like him.
We got some chats in, by the way. Austin jumped in. He said, "Love the Callahan Auto Parts shirt, Chris."
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Michael jumped in. He said, "Thank you guys for doing this every year. Y'all are the best." We certainly appreciate that, Michael.
Thank you.
And of course, Lawrence Stewart jumps in and said, "Cam Ward is Dollar General version of Jaden Daniels." I don't think that Cam Ward can run like Jaden Daniels.
They're literally not even 2 stores. One's Dollar General and one's Ruth Chris.
I think Chris is going to say.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, Chris is going to say that's a shot at Dollar General. I think.
No, it just is what it is. They're just completely different guys. The fact that they're both black doesn't doesn't matter. I mean, I know that everyone just thinks all the black quarterbacks are running quarterbacks. Penix is not a running quarterback. Cam Ward is not going to be a running quarterback. One of his strengths was literally strong in the pocket. Like,
yeah,
I thought that was kind of a funny way to describe him.
Well, he's got Pete Skoronski protecting him now, so he's got.
Oh yeah.
Well, the guy that drafted Pete Skoronski is about to draft another offensive lineman. And I will show you that I am not a complete and utter homer. I love Will Campbell, and what he did at LSU is unbelievable. I think he's a really good tackle. I think pass blocking wise, he's elite.
Yeah, I can go with that.
I think it bothers me. Here's where never set in with me. Okay, I'm about to be harsh on him in his biggest moment in his life right now, and I don't mean to. Before the USC game, he said, "I don't know what those Southern Cowboys are expecting in this game, but we're going out there for a fist fight." And then we just got the hell beat out of us physically. And in the history of Louisiana boys losing a fist fight to a bunch of Southern California pussies, I can't handle that, okay? And you're supposed to be the leader of that locker room, and I have a lot of problem with that, and I really struggled watching him throughout the season. He didn't give up any sacks. He's a pass-blocking god. They're showing him run blocking right here, but he wasn't a great run blocker. His run blocking grades, like analytic grades, weren't elite.
At PFF, they were not good.
They did not run behind him very often at all. All those times we were on the goal line and we had to settle for field goals, or we tried to go for it on fourth down and couldn't get them. If that was Joe Thomas back in the day, my Lord and Savior Joe Thomas, they would have said, run off that guy's butt cheek, because he's going to push 4 people backwards. And you couldn't do that. Now, nobody in this draft is going to be able to do that. There are no offensive linemen like that anymore. They just don't make them. He's probably the best. I like him a lot. I hope that he is really, really good. I have a problem with the fact that you using phrasing like we're going to go get in a fight, and then your team plays extremely soft. And it just doesn't sit well with me. I think there's a level of some of these guys aren't as advertised all the time. Now, I trust Mike Vrabel a whole lot. And he has proven that he can build a trench, because what he did for the Titans for a long time was always build a trench. He's never had a quarterback. He always has trench guys and running backs.
John, just to derail us just a sec, I think you might be interested. Northwestern just picked up a transfer center from Cincinnati, 6'11" guy.
6'11"?
Yeah.
A 6'11" center?
Center in basketball.
Basketball. Sorry.
I was about to say, I don't think that's going to work. I actually don't think that's going to be very good.
Well, it's funny you say that, though. He had it in my head because we picked up Xavier Gray from Liberty, who's 6'9". So, like, I was going to say, we're just stockpiling raw height. Well, that's great.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hey, no, it's good. Good for Northwestern hoops. And hey, to bring it back to Northwestern, Chris, so you're saying you want a lineman with a mean streak?
Yeah.
Like, we can give you a lineman with a mean streak.
I'm excited for him.
We're shipping him your way.
So I'm actually really excited. I do want, when I get down there, I want you to hook me up with his family. I'd like to at least let him know I appreciate him. I'm glad. I think he chose well.
So it looks like the Browns are actually making the pick here.
Yeah.
Or it looks like.
I feel really bad right now that I just crapped all over Will Campbell's big day. But
so who do they? I mean,
I hope he's great.
He wouldn't be able to reach you to hit you. So
Do you think
that is so
sorry?
God, that's so
sorry.
dumb. That is the dumbest. That is the dumbest thing on the planet.
Yes, it is.
Chris is.
Oh my God.
This is so Mason Graham maybe for Cleveland. I don't know.
No, they're gonna. I mean, maybe they're gonna take. I don't want it to be Sanders. I'm gonna be a little annoyed if it's Sanders.
I don't love Sanders at 5.
I'll take any offensive lineman in the draft. I mean, really, there's 4 or 5 offensive linemen in the first round that are going to go that I'd be happy with all of them.
The Sanders thing would be ridiculous. Now, let's say they love Mason Graham, right? Let's say like Mason Graham was one of the top guys on their board, then they'd be super stoked right now because they traded out, got the guy that they wanted.
Yeah.
I don't know who else. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like
Listen, I know there's a lot younger coaches out there, but outside of that boy in LA, they ain't a whole lot more prettier coaches than Kevin Stefanski. I'm just going to tell you. Him and George Clooney walk in the room. I think George has got a little trouble coming his way. Just telling you.
There's
a handsome man.
I mean, he is. He's definitely. Hey, Lawrence jumped in. He said, "Do y'all think Milroe overthrows the microphone when he gets on stage?"
when he gets on stage, when? Tonight?
Saturday.
No, it'll be tomorrow.
It ain't gonna be tomorrow.
Saturday, maybe. Yeah,
Saturday.
Probably Saturday.
Saturday.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of smoke about him.
I hope he really enjoys Green Bay. He's gonna have
how?
Yeah.
How?
Because he's gonna hang in that green room for 3 days.
The Green Bay room.
Yes.
I'll see myself out. I'll just
Hey, so I've got a question. I'm almost hesitant to ask this question because if they take Sanders, then it kills the question. But what are the chances that Sanders isn't the second quarterback taken? Because it's not zero. Now, it might be zero here in a minute.
This is 100%. This was one of my fringe takes, but it's more of like a question.
Mason
what
Graham.
are the odds Dart gets ahead of Sanders?
I'll take this. I would have rather had the offensive lineman from probably
Texas.
Missouri. They got to taken him.
What was that? Armand Mimbao? Mimboa, and whatever.
The name I'm not going to remember.
Yeah. Lawrence
But I'll
jumped
take
in and
another
said
big
Jackson.
ugly.
We're going to have to go looking for Chris because he's lost in Kevin Stefanski's eyes now.
What'd I do? What'd I miss?
Mason Graham.
You're on a different broadcast.
Mason Graham.
Yeah, I'm on a different broadcast. Get to the NFL Network, boys.
That's what I'm watching right now.
Mouse. Listen, get off that Mickey Mouse.
Oh, I'm not even talking about Graham anymore. I just saw a tip on the Raiders pick, and I'm not happy.
I'm not watching the tips. That means.
Well, then we all know what that means.
Yeah, that means it's happening.
God.
Yeah.
All right, so y'all saw. Listen, this is a Big Ten night, dude. Y'all saw Mason Graham up close and personal.
Yeah,
the guy won a national championship last year.
He was part of. I mean, he was awesome. I'll put it this way: now again, this didn't happen in a vacuum because there are other factors here, and we've talked about them on our podcast and other podcasts before. But we had a really interesting day at times running the ball against Ohio State a week earlier, and that is an unbelievable defensive line. And then went to Michigan and did nothing, not a thing. And this guy was a big part of it. I mean, he's a monster. He is really, really good.
Yes.
And I'm already bracing myself for the chance that we're going to find our way into this highlight package.
I'll tell you that my favorite thing about him is, he's a Harbaugh guy. I think Jim Harbaugh coach guys are tough. They're not going to be weak. They're not going to be soft. They're tough guys.
I'm gonna have to step away briefly in 1 second, but now Sam has piqued my interest to stay for this Raiders pick. So
you can go. It's Genty.
Hey, so that brings me to this question. Tom Brady never really had that elite Genty style running back. I'm kind of shocked that he pulled the trigger on that.
Hey. Never let anyone tell you that Northwestern and the Medill School of Journalism doesn't control sports media, because we managed to get through that whole Mason Graham package without being featured. So,
well, you were on the ESPN feed. I got a few of them. You got a lot of Northwest. You got a lot of Wildcats on your feed.
There, the Raiders. This is.
Come on now. Come on. We should celebrate this guy. We should celebrate this guy.
Raiders, too.
He's an absolute freak.
I know, Sammy.
Hang on. Don't say anywhere else. But because
anywhere else.
Had he magically landed on the Chargers, Jim Harbaugh and an Ashton Genty is I would watch those two people make love. That is
I don't
everything I want in football.
I
well,
don't hate
maybe
the
you don't,
Chargers.
but
Chargers
I
are
think
fine.
I think that guy would absolutely destroy everything about what we think the offensive line they're building, the toughness they're building. But I am clearly a Harbaugh homer, so I'm in the bag for that guy.
That's fine. Like Harbaugh's great.
Yeah, we're
Cleveland got an extra pick. We got a D lineman. I'm pretty pumped. I'm
no. This is totally it. I think the Browns.
everything I wanted to come out of here.
I think the Browns wanted Graham, and they've got to be stoked because if that's the guy,
I think the Browns wanted extra picks. Is what they want.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
But I mean,
no.
I think the Browns wanted
in
extra.
in this draft, they probably wanted
they
Graham.
also got the best interior lineman in the draft.
No, that's
Yeah.
true. They got the best
And-
player at the position they needed.
Right.
And wanted, which I mean, I think Hunter would have been the best position player at his position as well. So, but
Pete
you
Carroll.
get extra picks. You get extra picks.
beast mode. Pete Carroll, close personal friend of recent guest on the West Slot Pirates podcast, Northwestern Athletic Director Mark Jackson.
Hey, okay. Now the Pete Carroll side of this is makes a lot of sense. Pete
And
Carroll
Brock Bowers too.
Pete Carroll fought like hell to get Marshawn Lynch his first year at Seattle.
Yeah.
and that's
I think
exactly.
I think he
Jordan
wants
Schultz.
a running back that he can lead with.
Jordan Schultz is the Fox Sports NFL insider, and he tweeted out Pete Carroll gets a new Marshawn Lynch Beast Mode 2.0 in Ashton Genty and a great weapon for Geno Smith.
So we have
I think-
we have the luxury of hindsight of seeing what Marshawn did in his career. This kid projects so much better than anything Marshawn Lynch did coming out of Cal. He just did. I think this guy's going to be special. I think he's got all the tools.
Yeah, I will stay here for this pick and then briefly. Oh, poor Sammy. I feel so bad for you.
Yeah,
Stars in your eyes.
Vegas Ashton Genty.
I wish that Scuzz was on, and I know Scuzz will get here too, but we've had a lot of great discussions because Scuzz is one of the guys who's been on it more than anybody to be like, you better love this guy because you are reaching at 6 for any running back.
Gus just texted us, says 10 minutes out and I'm coming in hot.
Oh boy. Buckle up, folks.
Good thing this table is in the way because that got me excited.
All right.
Yeah,
I will be right back.
Jets are on the board next. We're probably looking at looks like maybe the Missouri offensive tackle. Maybe
Hey, who's
Tyler
the quarterback for the Jets right now? Is that Fields?
Yes.
Yes.
Should know that. I should have
I
known
mean,
that.
should you though?
I mean, yeah. I know it. I just didn't know I knew it. I didn't believe in it. All right, so we'll ask you.
Hold on, Lawrence jumped in,
Oh.
by the way. Said Ashton
There's a
Genty will be
scalding
out of the
hot
league
take.
in 5 years.
Oh yeah.
There's a scalding
Lawrence,
hot take. I don't
listen.
know about.
Lawrence has done hit the sauce already too early. It's fine.
he's
You
coming
gotta
in with
pace
some
yourself, my guy.
hot takes.
He's a
Gotta
wild
pace
boy.
yourself.
He's a wild boy. I love him. He's a wild boy. All right, so let's get back to the question that I asked earlier. Give me a number, give me a percentage. What are the chances that Shador is not the second quarterback taken?
I think it depends on does Pittsburgh fall in love with him? Because Pittsburgh is in dire need.
Well, we
of
know the
quarterback.
teams that need a quarterback. We know the teams that want a quarterback right now, right?
Well, I
Like,
think
but
Would they rather have someone else?
Dart
than
or
him?
Shador.
That's really what it's coming down to. I mean,
That's
there's been a
going
little
to be
talk about
that's
Shuck.
going to be it's going to be Dart or him, right?
Do you want
Yeah.
to deal with the Dion of it all?
Well, let's take that part out of it.
I don't know.
Let's just
I don't
look
think.
at the
I don't know
football.
that you can. I mean, you talk football, but like the off the field stuff with him is something you can't just completely ignore.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a good quarterback. Is he a great quarterback? I don't think so. Is Jackson Dart a great quarterback? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either.
Like who?
Now Jackson's got the stink of this is going to get Lawrence excited because he's an Ole Miss boy. Jackson's got the stink of Lane Kiffin on him in the sense of Lane controls that offense so closely and controls his quarterback so closely. No quarterback has ever come out of Lane Kiffin's offense and been good in the NFL because Lane doesn't get to come with them. And when Jackson gets to make decisions on his own, he looks like every quarterback that's ever come out of Ole Miss. They just can't figure it out. They need Lane to give them the answers to the test.
If you really
kind of sorry, I just like
Lawrence said blasphemy.
Yeah, I mean you say you have to divorce Dart from Kiffin. How we have no clue what Shooter is going to look like.
Well, the difference is at least Sanders wasn't. I know he was his only coach, but he wasn't coaching him in his position. Yeah, but he doesn't call plays. He doesn't coach him at his position. Like the only thing he's got going for him is he's worked under other play callers and coaches. That's
now he has been in an NFL system. So that certainly helps. Jackson Dart, when you look at what he did at Ole Miss, he was open. Like he had a clean pocket a lot of the time.
Well, and his receivers were wide open because they were really good, and the defenses in the SEC over the last 2 years have just fallen to pieces.
Yeah. So I just wonder what he would be like in an offense where he obviously when he was a freshman at USC he didn't look great. I don't know, but I never thought that he was great at Ole Miss. Like he can absolutely throw the ball down the field, and he's not scared to do it. But I don't know, man. If y'all watched the Florida Ole Miss game this year, like that one, that shook me as far as Dart goes. Because like he was on the sideline just breaking down, looked like he was having a panic attack. Like that game sticks with me for some reason.
So it's funny. It kind of feels like, given that there's a draft with X amount of star power, right? It feels like we have fired almost all the bullets in the gun really quickly, and now it's Shedeur, and that is.
I'm actually kind of interested in the tight ends.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're totally right. I'm like, that's a whiff by me with one massive
Tyler Warren
exception.
Tyler Warren can go somewhere.
Warren. I mean, boy, if Denver could get either Warren or Lovelace, man.
You talking about
Loveland?
Oh, sorry, Loveland.
Cooper Lovelace.
Yes.
Tackle for Northwestern.
Sorry. My bad.
But both of those guys are awesome. I like Warren more, but they're both great. Either one.
And so we got Travis Hunter at 2. When is the next time we see a wide receiver?
And who is that? Who would that be?
It's also like
McMillan,
everyone
right?
seems to think it's Terrell McMillan, right? Or potentially Golden.
I think T-Mac is way higher than Golden.
And that's someone like I just haven't watched him play. I've read a lot about him. I know he's
unbelievable
size, but I haven't. I just don't have the. It's interesting, like big in terms of big-bodied receivers. Any Northwestern fan will say that the best one we saw this year is Denzel Boston from Washington, who obliterated us,
torched us,
absolutely lit us on fire.
What about Emeka Egbuka?
And then the OSU guys, and he was one of them. Yeah,
Egbuka, I think he's probably going to be a second-round guy.
I was about to say, you think it's tomorrow?
Yeah, I think he's probably tomorrow. I don't. There's not a lot of skill guys in this first round.
I've seen a lot of mocks taking him to Denver.
That goes.
Egbuka?
I mean, it goes to what we talked about right off the top, right? It's like, will there be like a positional run where, like, are there really only going to be 2 wide receivers? Well, if we're not counting Hunter, I guess if you're counting Hunter all caps, then there could be like maybe 3. But it'd be interesting to see if like really there are going to be that few skill position guys in the first round of this draft.
I mean, I think there are. I think there are going to be a lot of big dudes.
Yeah, speaking of Jets, just took Armand Mimbaugh, tackle from Missouri.
Okay. This is the offensive lineman I would have taken if the Browns had gone O-line. That wouldn't hurt.
So Panthers are on the clock now.
All right.
Panthers need
everything.
A lot. I mean, they literally need everything.
What don't they need? Right. Sorry.
Their best receiver is a 42-year-old white guy.
Yeah. I don't know who.
That's a problem. I think that's a problem.
Yeah,
Mike Band
speaking as a 40-year-old white guy.
He says Jalen Walker is going to be he's going to be the next guy.
Jalen Walker, the Georgia guy?
Yeah, linebacker.
Yeah, pretty good pick. He's a monster.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought about this. Oh God, I got to look his name up now. I'm bad with the names. Jarrett Wilson, the center from Georgia. Somebody asked me, out of all the offensive linemen, because he was talking about Patriots guys, they're like, who do you think will be the best offensive lineman? I said, in 15 years, when we look back at this draft class, the best offensive lineman is going to be Jarrett Wilson. He's center. He's a monster. But centers play forever. They just do. And the potential to get lit up or cut from a team or whatever, if you show up, you do the work, and you're big enough, strong enough, you're able to do your job, you just are able to maintain good work in the NFL for a long time. And that was my logic and reason that I gave to him. And then I looked up and was like, I think that guy's going to be really good. And then everything I read was like, he's a 3rd-round guy, 4th-round guy. I was like, oh, crap, maybe I'm wrong. But I think in 10 years, it'd be fun to look back and say, hey, out of all these guys, who's still got a job? Who's still gainfully employed?
True.
Yes.
True.
Schultz, the pick is in for the Panthers. We'll
that was
wait a little bit,
fast.
but yeah. So they went and got a weapon. Do y'all want to know who it is?
A weapon. Tyler Warren.
Teteroa McMillan.
So they took.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah. So got Bryce Young some weapons. Chuba last year, 8th in the NFL in rushing, 1,195 yards for him. Couple comments here. McKinnon jumped in. I do love some Xavier Leggett though. That kid is daggum hilarious. He is. Like his accent is awesome.
He is.
And then Lawrence jumped in. How many games into the season before Bama fires their coach? That's the real question.
I have a related thing, which was, and this was like the way my brain worked. I got on Gary early about the Milrow thing, and I was like, I'm going to make it up to him. And the way I was going to make it up to you was going to be like, I think that one of the 5 best defensive players in this draft isn't eligible to be in this draft. And that's Caleb. And then I remembered he doesn't play for Alabama.
He doesn't play for us anymore. Caleb Downs, if he had come out this year, he would have been a top 5 pick.
I think
he's unreal.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Well, I don't know about top 5. The top 5 are pretty stacked.
And
best player we saw.
And we had a little bit of positional need going around. So yeah.
Best player Northwestern saw this year, Caleb Downs.
Oh, by
he
far.
He was unreal. And then when we looked at the tape, it was just like, holy shit, how is
it was even more unreal.
Yeah, not just like highlight stuff, just reads, bang, bang, bang. And you're like, how is he doing it this quickly? But anyway, so sorry. But you got one solid year out of him. One good year.
Hey, he made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm good with that. I am totally good with that. All right, so we got the Saints on the board.
Did they go quarterback?
That could be Walker. That could be Mikael Williams. That could be Tyler Warren. I mean, there's any number of.
This is where a lot of smoke for Dart was. This is where I was wondering if they want the quarterback, do they take him? And this is where I got the question of what are the chances? And
I think if you want Dart, you trade down here. Like
everybody wants to trade down. I think everybody in this draft wants to go backwards. I don't think anybody, now that Genty's off the board, I don't think anybody in this draft wants to move forward. So you can want whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
I could see Denver going up for one of the 2 tight ends. Like if there's any sniff that one of them goes, because I was just looking at to take it back to Colorado for a second. Travis Hunter, pick number 2, ties for the highest ever pick out of Colorado. If you guys could pull this, I will.
It wasn't like Salam didn't go that high, did he?
No, he went.
No, it can't be one of the quarterbacks then if it's that surprising. It's got to be like an offensive lineman. Am I right on position?
No.
I
got no idea.
Is there any way we're gonna get this?
No, you're not.
Well, just give it to us.
Who is it?
It's fullback Bo Matthews, the number 2 overall pick by the Chargers in 1974.
Holy mackerel.
Highest
That even seems early.
What was his name? Bo Matthews.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
a fullback name.
That is the honkiest name on the planet.
Oh my god, yeah.
Bo Matthews.
Played 8 seasons, finished his career with 1,500 yards and 11 touchdowns.
Yeah, worked the rest of his career as a plumber. It was awesome.
As long as we've got a little bit of a pause here, I will get off one of my non-football hot takes because Chris asked us to prepare football.
Oh yeah, you need a football and a non-football. Hang on.
Right. So in the interest of non-football, someone complimented Chris on his shirt. Well, you probably can't see mine, but I'm going to lift it up here a little bit. Here's the Duchess, Meghan Markle, right here. Normally, this shirt is sitting one here, but I wore it today as part of my take. And part of my take is this. So for those of you who don't know, Meghan Markle, roughly, I think, Sam, her class was maybe 1 year below my class. I think she was 03 at Northwestern. So she's a fellow, along with all of the Pirates, a fellow early aughts Wildcat. Well aware, Meghan Markle stock not trading high right now. I'm well aware.
I was about to say, doesn't she lose the Duchess? Didn't she
well
regret that?
My take is there's a really easy way for her to earn all of that capital back, and that is to become a regular guest on the West Lot Pirates podcast.
That's what it is.
Or just show up at a Northwestern football game.
Megan, if you're
walk out to the 50-yard line and wave to everybody.
If you're listening or your people are listening, if she just came out, she comes on the West Lot Pirates podcast and she says, "Look, honestly, like my Ina Garten, like cooking with the Duchess, like cooking with Meghan Markle thing. I know that crash landed, but my heart wasn't in it because I've just been crushing Preston Stone tape this entire time. All I care about, right? Just the Northwestern transfer pool, right?" And she's like, big Yanni Karloftis guy. That's what, and then it's just like, all I've really wanted to do is talk Northwestern football this entire time. And then she comes on like that. Boom. You can twist the narrative. We can help you do it. You just have to come on the pirate ship and it's done.
But will she have hot takes on the new NXT tag team champions?
This right here.
Right there.
She's like, she's like, I've been waiting. She comes on the first pod and she's like, I had to get off these Tank Ledger takes. I'm finally unencumbered.
I love it. I love it.
For those who don't know, Tank Ledger, formerly known as Joe Spivak, defensive lineman for Northwestern, incredible guy. Awesome.
One half of the current WWE NXT Tag Team Champions,
which they won right in WrestleMania weekend. They just took the tag team title.
What was that team? Was it Fraxium or whatever?
Yeah.
Hank Walker, Tank Ledger, Hank and Tank, but Tank Ledger's our guy. Yeah, Joe Spivak, episode 500 of the pod. But see, that's the thing. The Duchess, she can get the same kind of pop from coming on. Get that West Lot Pirates pop.
Just a scant 18 months later from coming on the pod, and now he's a tag team champion.
This is what I'm saying.
You're like kingmakers, almost.
She's sitting out there in Montecito or whatever being like, what is the secret? This is the secret. You just have to come talk some Northwestern football.
So McKinnon jumped in. He said, are we thinking Sanders or Dart for the Saints? I don't think they're going quarterback.
Neither.
I mean, that is a team that needs a lot of help.
They need a lot on the line of scrimmage. So either defensive or offensive line. You still got Mikael Williams, who is an edge rusher. Jalen Walker, the linebacker. Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas. You got Shamar Stewart, edge rusher. I mean, you got options.
Hold on. Right now, if the ball is snapped, who's playing quarterback for them currently?
I don't know because I don't think Carr's ready.
It's not Carr.
Kellen Moore could not have given a less of a vote of confidence to Carr in any case. But
I think Carr's hurt to a point where even if he doesn't miss the season, he's not starting week 1.
But man,
he catches the snap. I mean, who's
Rattler.
on the roster?
Spencer
Jake
Rattler.
Haener, Spencer Rattler, Derek Carr. Probably Spencer Rattler.
It's probably Spencer.
Right.
Look, the fan cam is showing Shador. He's dancing.
But he ain't ready. He's just
wow.
Or is this just they're like contractually obligated to show him so many
I think they're
times?
just contractually obligated.
It's been
I think he's
45
just
minutes.
hanging.
Yeah, it's been 45 minutes.
Well, this is the first time the NFL Network has shown him, by the way. I would like you to know that. So real journalism happening over here.
Hey, they got Joel Klatt on NFL Network.
I know. I'm looking right at him. His hair is
extremely
extremely red right now. I don't
Joel
like
Klatt?
that. He's not that much of a ginger.
Former Colorado Buffalo quarterback Joel Klatt.
Was he the number
Yes.
2 pick overall? No, just kidding.
No, he was
We already
not.
got the answer to that.
He was a
The
baseball
Saints
player.
haven't. The Saints have not taken a first-round quarterback since Archie Manning.
Yeah, that one didn't work out too well for him either because the rest of the team sucked.
That's true. Archie was great, but the rest
Archie
of the
was
team,
great. Oh, yeah, there's a reason he's a legend.
yeah, because he was all they had. Like,
McKinnon's talking about that there's in a good quarterback year, there's no damn way Sanders goes in round 1. 100% agree.
This is a bad quarterback year, and there's a chance that Sanders doesn't go in round 1, sir.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not
but then
zero.
again,
He might go here,
that's what I'm saying. Or
but
he
it's
might
not
go right
zero.
here. I know. It's how bad do you want it?
What do we got? What do we got?
They're talking about. They're certainly teasing quarterback here.
No,
Kelvin Banks Jr.
he's a big boy. He's a large man.
offensive tackle. Had to get the tackle done. Like, had to get that first.
Yeah.
Build
I mean,
the
they
line.
protect
They
Spencer Rattler.
They need lots of help.
Yeah, and if you can actually get a clean pocket for Spencer Rattler, I think he'd be fine.
It is.
You also got to have people to throw to and everything else. So, I mean, that Saints team's a mess.
I mean, look, I'd take Olave. I mean, he's, an elite receiver.
Yeah, I'd get down with that.
So now
I think you might see a run on those in second round.
I mean, Bears.
I'm talking about he has. They have one great receiver.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I keep thinking about Egbuka.
No.
So the
All
Bears.
these Ohio State guys running together.
Yeah.
Man, the Bears. If the Bears walked right into Tyler Warren here, they are going to be.
Oh my God.
I think the Bears probably are going to get Warren, but probably either of these tight ends, and Bears fans are going to be psyched. But if
All
it's
right.
Warren,
I got a hot take for you. That's not my hot take I brought.
Let's go.
I don't think Ben Johnson's the genius everyone makes him out to be. I think there's a chance that he's not as smart as everyone thinks he is. I think that Dan Campbell built a culture at Detroit that is going to survive no matter who the OC is, much like one. Now, Bill Belichick was an absolute genius. Campbell, no one's going to confuse him as an absolute genius, but they both built a culture to where it didn't really matter who was calling plays. Didn't matter who designed the offense. We're not beating you on scheme. We're beating you on beating the hell out of you. And I wonder how much this Ben Johnson is a genius, because I remember when Eric Mangini, the man genius, left New England for the Jets, and I was like, is this going to really hurt us? And it didn't. And then all these coordinators came, and they all got big boy jobs. Charlie Weiss, the genius behind
Bill O'Brien.
Everybody was always a genius.
Josh McDaniel. Yeah.
And guess what? It didn't matter. It wasn't that guy. And how much of Ben Johnson is a product of what Dan Campbell has built in that building, from the secretary that answers the phone to the quarterback, to everybody, of just, we're just dogs. We're just here to be violent and win football games.
as long as
you saw a tip on the Bears pick.
Not the tight end.
Warren? Not Tyler Warren?
Not Tyler Warren.
Interesting. Loveland? Oh, Loveland. That's fascinating
Yeah.
It goes to Chris has been on the Tyler Warren is not the best tight end in this draft train, correct? Or is that Scuzz?
No, that was me. That was me. I was in that.
Yeah.
I was in that. I said that I would take the field, and I know that the homer comes in. I really hurt Will Campbell. I'm going to tell you that I'd take Mason Taylor over all these guys, and you could take Mason Taylor tomorrow or Saturday.
Yeah,
I'd take Mason Taylor over all these guys.
But if you look at with the Bears, I do think Loveland kind of fits them better because Warren's just like a really big, slower receiver. I don't know.
I guess.
But look at the stats Warren put up in the offense that he was in. He was in an offense that had 0 wide receivers catch the football. 0 wide receivers scored touchdowns. All of the touchdowns went to running backs and him over and over and over again. So he stat piled. Mason Taylor is not getting the love he's getting because he played with elite offenses that had to share the football. But when we got down into crunch time, when we got down the goal line and we needed a guy to give the ball to, they gave it to him at a true freshman, Alabama, overtime, 2-point conversion. They didn't put it in the hands of one of those elite wide receivers that went in the first round last year. They put it in the hands of a true freshman because he was that big of a guy. That's the kind of dude you're getting with him. I'm telling you, he's going to be better than all of them, and you could take him tomorrow.
Here's what I'll say for Allen, to your point, is if they wanted to throw downfield, they had to throw to him. Everyone knew, and his quarterback was Drew Aller for both of the last 2 years. You're going to get a bump just from putting an NFL quarterback with him.
I don't know.
And
is Caleb Williams that accurate?
Again, I really, but again, with this said, like if they like something, Loveland's awesome. We watched him and I was like, this guy's amazing. And so they can't really lose. Like the Bears made out quite well either way here. But there's also too, like let's say you're the Niners picking at 11. The Niners are like the Chiefs. It's the classic team where suddenly like they get Allen and then you're like, Jesus, this team got Tyler Allen. And then he just destroys. So, but again, both of these guys are sweet. Like I don't have a problem with that. Either of these guys.
So in a world of which we were all hesitant to say Genty might not be worth it because there are a lot of running backs in this class. Tight end is that, but none of these guys are Genty. None of these guys separate themselves that far away from him. And so I would like to be the third or fourth guy to take a tight end. I'll let everybody else take theirs, and then I'll take whoever's left.
I think
there's not a lot of difference.
I feel like Warren and Loveland are a step ahead of the rest of them. But
like I said, that's fine. I'll take Mason. I'll take my guy over their guys.
I want to sit for all the Chicago area people who are like right now they're honoring Steve McMichael.
McMichael. Yeah.
And unbelievable career, amazing career. And yet the single Steve McMichael moment that was circulating the most today was him destroying Angel Hernandez singing the 7th inning stretch of that Cubs game. One of the all-time great sporting moments. One of the most deserved takedowns. But I mean, like that was like part of the reason this guy's loved so much. But this will be good. The Bears will get their tight end. Good for them.
All right, so the 49ers are on the board now. I'm going to guess they're going to take an edge guy. So whether it's Stewart or Williams, one or the other, just a guess.
Hey, Gary, let's go in.
Oh, yeah. Boom. There we go.
There he is.
What's coming in hot?
Coming in.
How are you, buddy?
He's coming in with no volume.
Can you hear us?
Yes. But that Justin Jefferson jersey is speaking so loudly that. Is that Justin? No, who is that?
No,
who's he wearing?
It looks like 99.
99.
Wooten?
No.
I'm sure he'll let us know here in just a minute.
Yes, he will.
Or is it mirrored and it's Randall McDaniel? Maybe that's what
No, but that's the new font.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, and he's off.
It's gonna keep you all guessing.
Let's see. NFL schedule will be released on May 14th. They came out and made that announcement in between some of the picks here.
Okay, so
yay, I guess.
Yeah, let's talk. Why is this a big deal? I know it's a big deal because the NFL just does whatever it possibly can to make everything a big deal because they just want to take all the headlines. But it's a friggin' schedule. We know who everyone's playing. Does it matter when? No.
Well, it does to me because I don't live anywhere close to the teams that I want to watch.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I know the LSU schedule. I don't know the TV times. I'm waiting on that so I can buy tickets, get hotel rooms, do all of these things. So I think people want to make plans. I don't know that they should make an event. I don't know that it matters to do that. I think that's a little weird.
Really, what it is, it's the social media team. It's the social media team's chance to flex.
You should punctuate your "I don't live anywhere close to any of my teams" by taking another sip of your Red Sox mug at this exact.
I'm trying so hard to go to Fenway. Let me tell you. Can I be vulnerable? Is this a safe space? The last time I went to Fenway, I went twice in 2018. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life. I haven't been back in a long time. I said I'm going this year. I've kind of let myself go. I don't know if you tell that over the camera, but I don't know that I'd fit in the seats right now, and that's a little shameful. So Fenway's an old stadium, bub. All stadiums are tight. It's a little tighter than most. So I'm working on that. We're working towards something.
I see nothing but a Kevin Stefanski level of beauty on my screen.
Listen. If I got to take a man out to dinner in Cleveland, I would choose one Kevin Stefanski. So we would have a lovely time. Lovely time. Scuzz, can you hear us now?
Scuzz?
Are you alive?
Well, he's alive. We see movement.
I don't know. That looks AI generated to me.
This is just a looped shot of Scuzz every 5 seconds.
This is like the scene from Speed.
Yeah,
right.
Yep, I was just going to say.
You remember that movie from the 90s?
That's exactly right. I'm feel like most of you in the chat got that reference. There's we're all dating ourselves.
It was a movie about a bus going 55 miles an hour. And we
more than 55 miles per hour.
Okay. 60.
Well, come on. Let's get it right. It couldn't drop under 50.
Under 50. And it was called Speed.
Maybe
57 was safe and fine.
See, do you think maybe Scuzz is just picking his spot here? He's just waiting and being like, I'm coming in so hot. Just searching for the right.
I'm going to call.
When are the Vikings up? I mean, he should be flying in for that. They're late, aren't they?
Why is he not in my phone?
I don't think they have a first-round pick, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, 24.
Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah.
I think this is the first year in a long time that
they don't have many picks.
Everyone has one pick.
And
there's no one in the first round this year, I don't think, just that has multiple picks.
Yeah, I'm looking at the board. I don't see anything.
Because last year there were no real trades last year.
Yeah.
Everyone was so in love with everyone was so in love with the quarterbacks, and then because everyone was so in love with the quarterbacks, everyone else slid down, and people were able to get what they wanted. And there weren't any big blockbusters. No one was really itching to move up.
Let's see. All right, Jordan Schultz is reporting 49ers pick is in. They're taking Georgia edge Mikael Williams.
Okay.
So I'm good with that.
First Georgia player?
Yeah, I think so. Because Jalen Walker's still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah, nobody's taking Walker. Yeah, I thought Walker would be the first.
That's yeah. Right. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
That's a team that I think needs more players than you would think.
Oh, yeah.
I think they've lost 100%. A bunch of guys. I think they've held that thing together with rubber bands, and that's a franchise that might be fragile.
The Niners?
Yeah.
They're getting close.
You know their over-under this year is 10.5?
Is it really?
10.5.
Heard that on Bill and Sal talking about it, and Bill, they did a guess the lines thing, and Bill thought 6, and it was 10.5. He was like, I've never been 4.5 games off in my life. That's a lot to be off a team total over-under.
Austin jumps in. San Francisco, not much of a driving town. Smart.
Off the top rope. Love it.
But still a lot of really expensive cars.
Yeah,
this is true.
You just not a lot of straight roads to go fast in now.
So it actually could be even more trouble if you're flying down Lombard Avenue at like 95 miles an hour and just taking down.
I wonder what top speed is anybody's ever gotten down Lombard. What do you think that is? Like
2 to 4.
I was about to say, are we in the double digits?
No.
On a bike, I bet somebody on a bicycle has gone way faster than any car.
No.
Oh,
there's no way. That thing is so steep.
And
no, there's no way. I mean, it's down a hill. You probably hit it if you didn't stay on the road.
I'm gonna bet guys on bicycles could fly down that thing.
If only there was some sort of machine that could tell us everything we wanted to know about everything.
Yeah, but that takes all the fun out of it. Before these things were invented, we were a lot better at hanging out, okay?
Yes. Like, these kind of questions were way better back then, where you didn't just
Mikael
Google
Williams.
Yep.
That's a big son of an onion, too, right there, boy.
Woo! Yeah.
That means we got to be, like, deep into the next pick.
We're cruising.
This thing's been...
120 on the clock for Dallas.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, what does Dallas do? That's a team that I don't know is really good or not.
Jalen Walker. They go get Walker.
That's the star Jerry wants, too. He wants a star, and he helps the team. Oh, my God. If you put Jalen Walker with Parsons, you've got a
that's a nice tandem.
Yep. Or, I mean, do they try and go get Dak a weapon and take Matthew Golden here?
Oh, you're thinking Walker. I don't think they go receiver. I really don't.
They could take Walter Nolan here. I don't know.
D-line?
Yeah.
If you're going D tackle, why are you not going with you got James Pierce?
Grant? No. Kenneth Grant probably.
Oh, Grant.
I don't know if Pierce goes in the first round. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think of that? Like, I've heard some people fell out of love with him during the interview process.
With who?
James Pierce Jr., the edge from Tennessee.
Oh,
now, what do you think? Hang on. So let me talk about the concept of the interview. Like, I get it when you're talking about your quarterback, maybe probably your middle linebacker, basically the quarterback on the defense, whoever's calling defensive plays and stuff. Do you really worry, center probably, do you really worry about, like, how these guys interview? I mean, really, a lot of these dudes are just meatheads. They're just Neanderthals, right? Like, what can they say in an interview, other than, I mean, if you think the guy's a creep or are going to be a problem legally, we're having a different conversation. But
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, to your point, like, I don't know how quarterback is the one thing. And even then, like, that was the whole run up with, like, Shador, where, like, there were a couple of coaches who were like, he really rubbed me the wrong way. And then there were a bunch of other people who were like, I know exactly who those coaches were, and it's bullshit that they were. So it's like, it's hard to even gauge what that means.
Yeah. But other than, like, your high level positions like that, center, quarterback, and middle linebacker or whoever's calling defense. Oh, dang, it took your boy Gary. First tied off the board. Look at that.
That is wild. That is so much higher than I thought he was going to go.
Wait, what just happened?
Tyler Booker.
8 picks after the first LSU player was taken. That's all right, though.
The guard from Bama.
Oh, okay.
That's wild. I didn't expect him until maybe the Seahawks. And if he didn't go to the Seahawks, I mean, we were looking like late 20s.
Let me tell you what every GM is doing in this draft. they're looking at the board and they're saying, just give me one of them big ones.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
after watching the Eagles last year, the Eagles won the Super Bowl with lines.
All
right. D line.
I want to wait till
you
Scuzz is here before I give my stinky hot take. So I need him to figure this thing out.
No.
Let's see. McKinnon said suddenly Pierce is on the short list for Kansas City, but who knows what Veach is ever thinking. He said him and the defensive tackle from Oregon, as far as defensive line goes, in that expected range. The Hampton kid
defense.
from Oregon's going earlier than that.
And they're not taking defense. They're either taking an offensive lineman or they're going to take one of these running backs.
I'm not going to tell them what to do because I can't do that. I'm not going to.
Well, I don't think they're listening to you. If you would like,
you don't know that. You don't know that.
I don't know that. You're right. You're right. There's a world where we should be on all these war rooms right now live.
Yes.
If they're live streaming stuff to hear people talking, they need to get off the phone with some of these other nonsense guys and listen to us.
Gary, that was nice. It was worth it to have Milrow there to get that hug in. That was nice.
Yeah. Hey, is that the first Milrow shot of the night?
There were 3 Bama guys in the green room, and I was worried that none of them were going first round.
Well, no, I thought we were going to get one of them. I don't know that I would put my money on Booker, but
John, you think they're heading up to Door County?
I'll talk about Booker the same way that Chris talks about.
Who's heading up to Door County?
No, I'm just wondering if guys who don't get picked tonight, are they heading up to Door County before tomorrow?
Probably so.
I don't know. In northern Wisconsin, there's so many choices on where you could go. Now, realistically, Appleton. That's probably where they are. Appleton,
Wisconsin. They have a Funny Bone comedy club.
There you go.
I only know that because that's all I really do is watch football.
That's right.
Listen to stand up.
Is he here? Yes.
Say something.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
There we go.
We're good, buddy. We're good. I'm glad you're here.
We'll turn him
What
down.
are you wearing right now? I really want to know that. I know that's like the gayest thing I've said in my life, but what are you wearing?
Corey Wooten.
Corey Wooten. You've given me 1,000 guesses as to who 99 was. I don't know that Corey.
I had it.
Yeah.
The man that ended Brett Favre's career.
Love it.
Which anytime that comes up, we always have to mention that we once brought this up with Corey Wooten, and it was one of the most uncomfortable.
We're at the Northwestern spring game, right? So it's the Northwestern spring game. The 3 of us are there. We're just kind of wandering around the stands, and we see Corey Wooten, sitting there with his boys, and we go up and we say hi and say, "Hey, yeah, you finished Brett Favre's career," and it got icy.
Well,
that's wild.
it all turned around though when you literally gave Corey Wooten the shirt off your back.
It's true, yeah.
He really. What were the shirts that we were wearing? Was it just our Westlot Pirates shirts? Or
Yeah,
I think it was.
It was the original. The
one over your
originals.
shoulder.
Yeah, and he really wanted one, and Sam had one to give him. So
Cheers to that.
yeah,
I thought maybe Sam would have taken his off.
I did.
no, that's what he was. He literally. I mean, it wasn't the only shirt you were wearing, but it
wasn't.
That's awesome.
It wasn't.
It would have been a better story if it was, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's the spring game in Chicago. It wasn't like the warmest day.
That's all right. That makes the story even better.
Yes.
Nips out in the cold. Come on, man.
Like Sammy just shirtless hanging out in Chicago, like in Evanston. Let's go. Let's go.
He should.
He did have an undershirt on, for the record.
Well, we should mention in the way of talking about something that I know Scuzz and I want to talk about. Like, so we missed Northwestern we don't do a spring game, but we do a spring open practice. Yeah. And it was this past Saturday.
That's what everybody does now.
Yeah. And we could, I theoretically could have gone, but really I only had the ability to get away to one thing that week. And we went to Northwestern set the team lacrosse attendance record last Thursday night. So a week from today, and Scuzz and I were at that. So we went to that anyway. But Scuzz, worth bringing up, we finally got a courtesy shout out to Northwestern Deputy Athletic Director Sean Dennison. Scuzz and I got a tour of the lakefront practice facility and those buildings, which we had never done before. And for all of you who are wondering, Northwestern fans and casual football fans in this chat, NCAA football, if you're wondering, does it look as sick as Is it actually as sick as it looks? Yes. The answer is yes.
And so I haven't talked to you guys about the stadium.
$300 million
For a practice facility on the lake.
Looks pretty good.
Money well spent. Yeah.
So
Sorry, go ahead, Gary.
The stadium this year, I mean, fantastic. Looked incredible. Is that would you rather have this new state-of-the-art stadium that's coming in, or would you kind of rather stick with?
So Scuzz and I have, go ahead, Scuzz.
Well, so the views and the vibes of the one on the lakefront are spectacular. Like it's an incredible experience. There's one more year. Anybody in Chicago, you should go check it out because it's pretty unique.
It's worth coming up for. It's awesome.
A lot of the flack that Northwestern got when they first announced it was, "Oh, what are you going to do in November?" Well, guess what? Nobody's playing there in November. They're playing in Wrigley Field. But it would be a problem if they tried to make that their all-time place. The only way you could solve that is if you built them. It'd have to be a much more permanent structure, and the only way you can build a permanent structure in that location is you have to go talk to the Army Corps of Engineers to re-engineer the coastline of the lake fill, because that whole piece of land was created like 30 years ago by throwing a bunch of stones and junk and trash into the lake to build it up. So it's not actually viable to put something there permanently, but it is spectacular and amazing.
Yeah, so I've got a question about that.
Go ahead, Chris.
Why can't you just play there in November? I mean, are we just to a point?
Well, wind, cold, like.
I get it. It's cold. It's cold in Chicago. Okay.
Well, yeah, but the wind blows so hard off the lake there that like.
I think the problem is more of it's like the Duke game we had last year. Is that it becomes so unpleasant for the fan base. It's just not a viable spot for entertainment. It's not that the team couldn't play there. I mean, hell, our guys went out at 0 degrees in downtown Minneapolis with their shirts off.
That sounds like home field advantage to me. I'm running the football, and you can bring your quarterback in. Ohio State, your high-flying offense, and good luck. Let's see how this goes.
I'm with you. I'm 45 now, though, and I want a little bit more comfort in my football viewing experience.
So I'm going to watch on the couch. I'll show up in August or September. I'll watch in November from the couch.
I love that Jalen Milroe is still catching strays in the chat here.
Yeah, Lawrence, Milroe hit the lake.
Not only could Milroe hit the lake, he would hit the lake. I mean, you're just like a little gust and.
But it's not just Milroe. I mean, that would be a lot of quarterbacks.
So to circle back though to Gary, to what you were talking about before with the stadium. So Scuzz and I feel like name dropping a bunch, but we're again lucky community, tight athletic department, and we've had the ability to meet and talk with a lot of these people. But one of the other, I want to say deputy AD, but I believe he has a new title now, just as of like a week and a half ago, is Jesse Marks. And Scuzz and I had a chance to talk with him in his office, and he's one of the guys who's been like one of the point people, not just on the Lakefront Stadium, but on the new stadium. And basically had us at his computer in his office and walked us through all of the bells and whistles of the new stadium. And the single biggest overriding thing is it's a soccer style construction. And it's one of the inspirations is SoFi, but picture SoFi on a smaller scale where the single biggest thing is every seat is on top of the field. Yeah. The distance between the worst seat in the stadium and the field is nothing compared to any other college football stadium. Like it's 30.
It's built straight up.
Right. Like it's
30 cylinder that goes straight up in the air.
You're just on top of it.
Hey, isn't kneeling like that, Gary?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just straight
up. Like much bigger, clearly,
but 35% of the capacity.
Oh, no. But still, like the concept of building up like that, I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm excited for it. I am excited for it. I'll tell you what I don't like about the lake is the lake was so cool that tickets were $300 a pop.
Yeah. Well,
I know that's just a part of life. I'm an old man complaining about pricing right now, but
there's only 17,000 tickets available. Is
12.
that right?
I think there was
12.
It's 12. It's even
a lot
less.
more than I thought there was. No, I think.
Well,
it was like 12.5. Yeah.
Well, Kenneth Grant just got drafted by the Colts, so now
Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
Dolphins.
Oh, Dolphins. So we have to see if we can dodge another bullet in this highlight.
Once again, a GM, what do you say? Give me one of them big ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lawrence jumped in on the chat. He said, all these Michigan guys going early, what was their problem this year? And the answer is the offense.
Yeah.
Offense.
The offense was
all the
terrible.
offensive guys
They
went
didn't have a
last year.
quarterback.
I don't know if you watched last year's draft, but all the offensive guys went then.
We've talked about this a lot in our group, but when you're talking about like NIL and like Nico Imaleva and all the NIL stuff, at the end of the day, the market dictates. And no one stepped into a better market situation than Bryce Underwood this past year. There is no better year to be from Michigan and be the consensus number one quarterback in your class while Michigan has no quarterback on the field and is getting the reputation that they won't pay for talent.
Well,
he could have just slid a blank check across the table. What?
It's just not just that. He's also like generational level quarterback.
Sure.
Not just the number. Every year there's a number one quarterback of that class.
Sure.
He's projected to be significantly better than the last 5 or 6 number one quarterbacks to come out of that class. Now, how does that work out? Yet to be seen. I think the guy's going to be great. The fact that he was committed his entire, time to LSU hurts deeply, but it is what it is. You get the second richest man in the world drops $12 million in your lap, and it's hard to walk away from.
I just think it's funny that I probably heard like 6 or 7 different conversations on Draft Prep podcast this past week, debating whether or not Harbaugh was going to pick one of his guys down at 22, and they're both gone.
Yeah. Well, so let me tell you who he's going to pick, though. He's going to pick somebody he recruited. It's not going to be maybe somebody that went to Michigan, but it's somebody that he wanted to go to Michigan. Mm-hmm. I will bet a lot on that. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just telling you. I think
Tyler Warren goes to Indy.
So here's Warren, and this is, I think, at the end of the day, a lot of mocks had him with Indianapolis. So this
really
is
hoping either he'd slide or we'd have jumped him.
Better quarterback, Drew Aller or Indy's situation.
Anthony Richardson.
maybe Drew Aller.
I mean, I don't.
Nope.
Yeah,
who's the other?
You missed.
Scuzz,
you missed. We had some of the Warren conversation earlier, and you missed it because I know you talked about like not a great blocker.
Yeah. So here's the problem is that he's awesome with the ball in his hands. He's a game wrecker, but he gets this rep. I'm stealing this straight from Robert May's podcast on The Athletic, but he gets this rep as this super tough dude, and a lot of people are just going to envision him dropping into a multifaceted tight end role, and it's just not who he is.
Yep.
Isn't just like.
We see white guy, we see tight end, we see big, and we see square, and we just assume toughness. But that's
fullback. He's put a neck roll on him.
But that's not who he is. Just like people see Cam Ward, and they be like, black guy quarterback, he's going to be fast. No, he's not. No, he's a pocket passer. I know that shocks you, but yeah, this is just what he is. So
Lawrence said he said I don't watch Big Ten ball. That's it. So he didn't know that.
And Lawrence, I don't listen to hip hop.
I was literally, I knew exactly where Scuzz was going.
Oh yeah. Did you guys talk about the Bears? I forget when I got on what pick was happening, but the Bears take Loveland and leave Warren to the Colts, and that's an interesting choice. I felt like a lot of people had the Bears tabbed to go for Warren earlier, and it was only if the running back was available that they wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, again, we were talking, it's 2 good choices. Like either it's like if the Bears happen to like one guy more than the other, like they're both great. But Warren, like again, if
Loveland's bigger and can run block better.
If you're a
better blocking.
Yep. If you're a Colts fan and you're not a big fan of your quarterback, well, again, Tyler Warren, to our point, really experienced catching wounded ducks from a quarterback who is having issues. So,
and that'll fit in perfectly with Richardson. Yeah,
right.
McKinnon in the chat said, "If the Falcons don't snag someone on defense, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind."
I mean, Will Johnson's sitting right there.
That tracks.
Yeah. So Walker, Stewart. Barron, the cornerback. I mean, there's any number of. Like, he could take.
I mean, they need
Walter
a
Nolan.
pass rusher. They need a pass rusher. That's the
All right,
problem.
so you're probably looking at Mike Green, Shamar Stewart.
I mean, I don't know if that's what they're going to
probably-
take. I'm telling you, that's what they need.
Jalen Walker. I mean, Walker's still there.
But Walker's not like a. Well, I mean, he can get after the quarterback, I guess. I'm kind of surprised Walker hadn't gone yet. I mean, we're to pick 15. I kind of thought he would.
Like I said, this has been a weird draft. I don't think any of these guys. Whenever you're taking just trench guys, there's nothing sexy about it. There's nothing fun about it. I get it. It's boring to most people. These are guys that'll greatly affect your football team and can play for a long time though. So
there haven't really been any weird picks or reaches.
No.
I was pretty surprised that the Browns took Mason Graham at 5, but everything else is kind of not by the book per se, but there's nothing.
No,
but once we got past 4, I don't know that there was a book.
Yeah, like it's just like there's 20 players and they're all basically
like I would have never. There's no mock that I could have foreseen. There's no analysts that could have done that would have had Alabama's Booker going to the Cowboys and going there like that didn't. But does it shock me? No. Do I think it's a bad pick? No. Like they desperately need offensive line help. He's a guy that can play for a while. He's going to be good. Is he going to be great? Is he going to be a Hall of Famer? Probably not.
Now, we all remember what the Falcons. We all remember what the Falcons did last year, right?
Was that
running back?
It was Penix.
Oh, Penix.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Was 2 years ago. Yeah. There's
after they opened the Brinks truck up for
again,
Cousins.
It's like taking Penix was probably a good idea. That wasn't the bad idea part. The taking Penix was the sensible part. The paying Kirk Cousins was the not sensible part.
Well, paying Kirk Cousins in a very guaranteed way. That's the problem.
Right.
They're stuck with paying him for 3 years.
Right.
It's very different from like Seattle.
They're gonna trade Kirk Cousins before the season's over with. By week 6, Cousins will be somewhere else.
I mean,
Or like here's
you're
right.
Chris.
They would have
Interesting.
so much dead money.
Chris, interesting dovetail here. Like, can they trade him to the Steelers in the next 6 to 7 picks? Because I was going to ask.
Well, he wouldn't be worth any of these picks, so that's irrelevant.
Well, let's take Shedeur out of it. Are the Steelers locked into taking a quarterback at 21?
No.
Whether it's Shedeur or Dart?
No, I don't think anybody's locked into anything in this draft. I genuinely don't.
They have Russell Wilson. Like they're fine.
No, they don't have.
No,
Russell
they don't.
Wilson.
No, they had.
Wait, what?
Russell Wilson's
a giant. Jalen Hurts.
Fields is a jet.
Yeah, Justin Fields is a jet.
When did
They don't have a quarterback.
Well,
They don't have a quarterback.
I think
They have Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph is back on the
I
roster.
missed
So, I
the
mean,
Russ
like-
news. That's my bad.
That's okay.
So they must. So that's the thing. I'm almost kind of like, are they?
Look,
stuck?
I know y'all don't want to hear that. They're still in the Rodgers situation. That is still a thing that's possible. But I actually think Kirk Cousins is going to end up in Pittsburgh before this thing's over with. That won't surprise me, even if they draft a quarterback, because I don't think any of these guys are ready to play Sunday. They're not going to be ready in September.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's funny, like with Shedeur, I really like him as a college quarterback.
I do too.
He goes into one of those things where I'm like, he is like a guy that I have liked. So many guys like this in college, where I'm like, you're a pretty heady football player. You make
That guy was awesome.
decisions, you're pretty accurate. I just don't know if you have NFL tools.
I'm gonna tell you a comp, and I don't. How is he much different than Johnny Manziel?
Well, this is just an excuse for everyone to dunk on me for like my all-time, like I've never been higher on a guy who absolutely went bust than now. Again, if he would have had more than a 10-cent head off the field, I still maintain there could have been something there.
I don't, because I think all of his traits that made him good at football doesn't work when you go to a team. Not when you go to a team, when you're playing against guys where the biggest guy on the field on the other side is almost as fast as you. That's a problem. That doesn't happen in college.
That's like Shador. Again, it's like the great irony of him being Deion Sanders' son is he's not a crazy athletic guy, not compared to a lot of these quarterbacks. Like, for example, let's compare him to like a Drake May. Not remotely the same guy.
McKinnon brought up the cap hit. Y'all brought up the cap hit for Kirk Cousins. In a world where Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos paid like a $90-something million cap hit to get rid of him, and it still worked out and they made the playoffs, can we just move on from that and understand that you build your football team the best you can build it? And the hell with that. Because it's not like it's 5 years of cap hit. It's a bad cap hit for this year and next. Who gives a shit? Move on.
But Chris, the Broncos did that knowing what was on the table in the draft, and that they could be able to get one of those guys, presumably.
Yeah.
Identified Nix as their guy. When at like that, that's different from. Now I agree with you.
But they have Penix, and they have Penix on a rookie contract, so you don't worry about the cap hit that it's going to hurt you next year. It doesn't matter.
I kind of agree with Chris here.
So can we please stop and just do the best thing for your football team?
Yeah. Because
otherwise, if you get yourself a New Orleans Saints cap hell, then we have a problem. Then we're having a different conversation. But no team is anywhere close to that at all.
But do you think they're actually going to do that? Because a ton of these teams operate in we can't pay for this or we can't pay for that.
Okay, then that's why they're always going to be perpetually bad. Okay, that's why historically it's just always going to fall against you because you refuse to do the right thing when the right thing is staring you right in the face.
NFL draft information here.
Walker just went.
Yeah, Walker just went. But this was very interesting. Most defensive linemen and linebackers drafted in the first round in a 4-year span. That is now Georgia from 2022 through 2025 with 8. Miami had 7 from 2001 through 2004. Alabama had 5 from 2017 through 2020. USC also had 5, 2008 through 2011. Florida State had 5, 2005 through 2008. North Carolina as well in the late 90s. Florida State in the late 90s. So Georgia.
Yeah, the Georgia.
I feel like I can name at least one of those guys from every one of those units, if not more than several. Like those are all iconic stretches for all of those teams.
McKinnon jumped in the chat. He said, apparently Cousins has been nothing but helpful in the locker room, so they don't mind keeping him. Russ is a douche, so you can't blame the Broncos for moving off of him.
True story.
All right. Okay. So we're kind of in a lull here. We don't think anything crazy exciting is going to happen. I'm gonna drop this on you real quick. I want you to universally, we would all agree that there's one elite GM out there, right? That has built his team into an absolute monster that we would all kill for our team to be built this way, correct?
The dude for the Eagles?
Howie Roseman, correct?
Roseman, yeah.
Howie Roseman. Okay. What if I told you that Howie Roseman, Mr. Magooed his ass to this roster, and he is probably a decision that was outside of his hands, away from being fired and never employed again in the NFL?
Fascinating.
Let's go.
Yeah.
In 20,
I'm really hoping the words Nick Foles are about to come out of your mouth.
No, sir. One, Russell Wilson was on the trading block for the Seattle Seahawks, and he offered 4 draft picks, 2 first, 2 second, for Russell Wilson and Noah Fant. Russell Wilson vetoed the trade, did not want to go there. Those draft picks turned into Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, Jalen Carter, and A.J. Brown.
Hang on.
Which of course
that can't be right because Noah Fant was traded for Russell Wilson.
Then Noah Fant wasn't a part of that deal somehow.
No.
Oh, it had to be a 3-way trade then. Somebody else had to get something. But those are the 4 picks that Howie Roseman was trying to give up to get Russell Wilson on his football team, and Russell Wilson vetoed the trade. Someone please tell me how we live in this weird, bizarro world where today he's a god because 3 years ago we forgot that he was the biggest moron on the planet that would have crippled his franchise.
Well, anytime.
I mean, we're like all 30 or however many teams existed back in 1999 passed on Tom Brady, not once, not twice, not three times, about six different times. Right? So like we all live in this weird what if world. That's kind of why we love it.
Passing on a guy that turns into be the greatest of all time is one thing. Openly seeing a quarterback that is destroying a franchise and saying, I want to bring him to my place because I think I can fix him, and I'm willing to give you a king's ransom for him, is a completely different thing. He was willing to take on a monster contract, or give him a monster contract, willing to trade all of these assets, and because Russell said no, today he was able to, now he hit on those picks, but we assume that they live in the chasm of a lot of people making draft decisions. Also, the Jalen Carter decision might be the easiest decision anyone's ever made in the history of all of football. The problem is we're all walking on a razor's edge of being considered the greatest of all time to being a complete and utter fool.
Sure.
I mean, Cleveland and QB choice.
Deshaun Watson. Yeah, I was just about to go there.
Yeah,
right. Or if we go to basketball and rewind a couple of months when Nico Harrison was viewed as an NBA insider with a lot of like great ideas, a lot of great connections. The guy was like that guy had a generally high Q rating with pretty sound approval across the league. To now he's an F.
Well, yeah. Now he's the laughing stock.
Right.
I just think the fact that he was able to Mr. Magoo his ass to something to the greatest roster in the NFL right now, and it's not remotely close, is something that we all need to remember. It's easy to call him a genius. He tried really hard to screw it up, and it was only because Russell said, "I'm not going to Philadelphia," is why he wasn't able to.
Yeah,
I think we got to be real careful with that genius button. That's all I'm saying.
I think that's fair. I think
some people do just fall into it, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I think we put these guys on pedestals way too often. The genius owner, the genius GM, the genius coach, and invariably they fall.
I mean, Chris, you brought this up earlier. I mean, every coach that has ever coached under Bill Belichick with the Patriots ended up getting a head coaching job, and it was none of them.
I disagree. I'll disagree with that. I actually think it was Bill O'Brien. I think Bill O'Brien was an elite level college coach, and he was an elite level NFL coach. He took – remember that Houston franchise? Think about how bad they were when he got there.
Yeah, that's true.
And he took them to being a 13, 14-point lead going into the second half in the AFC title game to go to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. Like, he was there on the cusp, and that was a really bad football team. They let him be the GM, and he was bad at that. I mean,
that's it.
Historically bad at that.
Hubris is a bitch. And too many, like so many of these quote-unquote genius coaches demanded that GM component,
I know.
And every single one of them drops the ball.
Well, and I'll tell you this, the smartest thing Howie ever did was went and hired a coach that is a moron. And he was just like, listen, I don't need you to make any decisions. I need you to get this team fired up.
Wait, are you telling me that Brad Childress could have worked if we had a good GM?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me? God damn it.
Well,
I lost so many years off my life to that Jack Mankin.
Listen, Brad Childress was not the clogger, okay? All right, Brad Childress is not – you need a meathead. You need a guy that will pick fights with his own fans. You need a guy that has a dude twice my size and more Italian than me as his bodyguard on the sidelines. You need a guy with that kind of brain mentality. Not a lot going on up there, guys. This dude still eats pepperoni on his pizza, okay? He's basically just a giant sixth grader.
You got a life-size cutout of Mike Vrabel in the room with you somewhere, don't you? You're just looking at it.
Hey, can you spin the camera, please?
Yeah. I do love Mike Vrabel. I am. You can't tell. The words don't describe how happy I am that he is now the Patriots coach, and he will be the Patriots coach for the rest of my life. That makes me so happy.
Did you listen to Bill Simmons talking about the body mass check that he does, where he literally gets in and wrestle bangs bodies with these dudes to be like, oh, they're solid. I'm in.
Pads on and goes after these guys. He did that with Will Campbell. So the reason I knew we were taking Campbell with the pick and we weren't moving out of it was because while I know these guys are all rich guys and their time is worth a lot of money as well, Will Campbell or Vrabel hopped on a private flight, head down, and spent the last 2 or 3 days in Baton Rouge with Campbell. And like they were getting after it, like two meatheads. Like I'm a linebacker and you're an offensive lineman, and they're literally physically hitting each other. They're putting their hands on one another. Listen, Jim
Ed Ogeron in a recruit's point.
This is Jim Harbaugh 2.0. I'm telling you, I worship at the feet of this guy, okay? Listen, the human body craves contact, and I like my coaches that like that. I love Dan Campbell. I love Mike Vrabel. I love Jim Harbaugh. I like these crazy guys that are just – but I don't need you to make all the decisions, okay? Yeah. I need you to do this thing right here. Make this team tough, because you can't win in the NFL if you're not tough.
That's true.
Human body craves contact. Words to live by.
Hey,
that's a Harbaughlism. That is not me. I'd like to take credit for that. It's not mine.
The Cardinals. The Cardinals have taken Walter Dillon.
So they took. Look, we didn't even give Lawrence his props all this time.
Yep. Ole Miss on the board. If I'm not, I'm certain that this is not true. But the last Ole Miss player that I remember the Cardinals taking was Robert Kimdichie. I don't know if you guys.
He had a pretty interesting offseason between draft night.
Mr. Spice, right? Is that what it was called?
Hang on now. The honey badger dabbled in the spice.
Another Northwestern tie-in, because we will find every Northwestern tie-in.
Okay, hell yeah, you will.
But this is a good one. Is talking coaching and talking the elite of the elite, who, like, where you're like, ain't no luck with this guy, right? Belichick, obviously, one of the top, where it's like, whatever, 20 years, 30 years is like, the cream rises to the surface, right? Well, a couple of weeks ago, we had the greatest lacrosse coach in women's lacrosse history on, Kelly Amonte Hiller, 10 rings, 2 as a player, 8 as a head coach, national titles. And her and Belichick are close. And
because she cold called him, because they were from the same.
Well, he's a lacrosse genius, right?
Right. So
like when he's not watching football film, he literally was in like Boston, going to all those small schools watching lacrosse.
Right.
That's what he did.
His daughter, I think, is Holy Cross's coach. He's a big lacrosse fan, and they're close. And it's so ridiculous. She's so humble. And she's one of the greatest, but I mean, like the way she talked on the pod, it's like the way the great coaches talk. You're like, oh man, that's why you can do that. But then we were asking her about Belichick, and she just casually dropped. She's like, yeah, one of the Super Bowls, like that day he called me to like ask me a question or whatever. And we're like, how many people get to be in this club? But like, whatever.
That's real small.
The club.
I bet that phone didn't move on Super Bowl Sunday.
I know. I'm like, there's like, we were saying, it's like Gino Auriemma. It's like, how many? You got to have like 7-8 rings to get in, and then
I called Walsh. I called Kelly.
Walsh, right? Kelly Monty.
Honestly, you know who he probably called? He probably called Nick, and he probably called Lombardi, because those are like his two buddies that when that guy just sits around and talk. Jimmy Johnson. Like those are the guys that he.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Holy cow!
Shamar
Bengals.
Stewart.
Shamar Stewart.
Hey, maybe we need some defense. We need some defense, guys.
We do.
You got one of the best ones on the board.
I am pretty surprised. I mean, it must be because he was available. I'm pretty surprised they didn't go for one of the O linemen from Ohio State. I'm forgetting which one is
I'm going to tell you. I know. I wonder how much Burrow just is like. Am I ever going to get protection?
Yeah,
am I ever going to get protection? Is this ever going to actually happen?
I mean, this tells you what they think is going to happen with Hendrickson, though. That it's just not long for this world, and they need to shore up that side of the ball. So, this is good though. This is good for the Bengals.
I just love
it for this year. It's good for this year.
Yeah.
A lot of the people in the chat know this, and obviously we all know this. But for anyone, it never fails to amuse me in a draft like this how many times Chris will use "we" referring to how many different teams. You can go.
Only one more. There's only one more.
Browns can be
There's only one more.
Bengals can be we. The Patriots can be we.
The Patriots have been we my whole life. The Bengals are the Browns have been we for the past 25 years since I met my wife. The Bengals is a new thing. And there's one more. There's one more now.
It's really an LSU thing, though. I mean, that's to be fair. Like,
well, not for the Browns and not for the Patriots.
Right.
Yeah.
LSU. Right.
LSU has had two great quarterbacks in my entire life.
Is the Chargers the we at this point, or the Commanders?
No, it's the Commanders. No, listen.
That's true.
I love Jim, but I want them to win most of their games, but I'm okay if they don't. Like, that doesn't hurt my feelings. My baby boy Jalen, though. Oh, my baby boy. Sweet baby boy. He's so good. He's so good. Oh, it was so exciting this year. I can't tell you how exciting football was for me.
That was a good year.
Oh,
it was a good
in a year where the two teams of my childhood in my youth were pretty awful. I was okay. The Bengals gave me heart attacks every week. They were basically the 2023 LSU Tigers.
God, talk about snake.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Score 40 and lose half of them.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's a hard pill to swallow. That's bad cheese.
Well, and so many of those in like just shit luck moments, right? Yeah.
All right, so the Seahawks are on the board now, and I don't know what these guys do. I mean, Mike McDonald is still the head coach. They brought in a new offensive coordinator. I mean, team needs offensive line, wide receiver, tight end.
So they're in complete rebuild, right?
Just got to get out of the
Rocket go. They let DK go. They let Gino go. Like, they're in complete rebuild.
I think they might take Ibuka.
It could be.
I think they got a
that
lot
would
of
make more sense. Or Golden. Yeah, I think. I mean,
my cheat sheet says the safety. Emin Worry.
And I like Darnold. I have no ill will to Darnold. He seems like a good guy.
Nah, he's not.
I just think he's being set up to fail like nobody's business.
You got to give him something. That's why he was able to succeed in Minnesota, because he had those targets.
He had two, and at the end of the year, 3 elite pass catches.
Yeah.
Pretty good run game behind him. I mean, he literally had everything but protection.
Shit poor O-line.
I just don't think it's going to go well at all. And I want it, like, I have nothing against the guy. I just don't think it's going to go well.
He's just not good at football. It's tough.
Well, and
that's
I
what he
think
does for a living.
That last game of the year that was so ballyhooed, right? The Detroit Vikings matchup. I mean, it killed both teams, because it was just a perfect blueprint on what the Vikings could do and the only thing Detroit could do. And it just allowed the Rams and the Commanders in the first round of the playoffs to be like, circle this.
When I watched that game, I immediately knew. I felt very good about that Commanders play.
I just clocked. I've just been clocking. It's funny to get a feel of the dress codes on all these individual teams. As they just showed someone where it was like just everyone, just red ties everywhere. Like Seahawks, air ties, every single guy. It is Seattle. It's Pacific Northwest. It's more relaxed.
Carroll.
Yeah.
Not Carroll anymore.
Pete, I know, but Pete's legacy.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to get rid of his. I think they're trying to murder his legacy. I don't know that anybody is there that was under Pete.
That's a fair point.
How many of them are now in Vegas?
They went Oman, and they went with the North Dakota.
Yeah. Okay. They went Gray Zabel. North Dakota State guard.
Damn it.
6'5", 312.
I wanted him to get to the Vikings.
So
now I just really want them to trade down.
Here's an interesting thing. I think North Dakota State, South Dakota State started between them 4 guards, right? A couple of those guys were FCS All-Americans. One is this guy. One is going to be starting at right guard for us this coming season, most likely.
Yep.
So, on Bill Simmons' pod with Peter Schrager, what he had on, Schrager talks about how he calls these NFL teams. He says, "Look, this is my mock. These are the guys I've got. What am I missing? What am I not?" And he said 4 or 5 teams said Gray Zabel is not on your list. And he was like, "Who is he?" And he was like, "Kid from North Dakota State." He was like, "Does he need to be on my first round list?" And he was like, "Needs to be on your first round list."
I thought that was such an interesting window into the way, Like the fact that GMs are throwing out information to him that's specific and
that's right.
Telling
him. But here's the thing: I think they get information. He's not showing them what other teams have told him specifically, but they are seeing like a general consensus from other teams.
Yeah.
So they get information from it as well. You know, you got to give it a little, take a little. That's how relationships work.
100%.
But no, I that's one of my favorite pods all year when Bill talks to him before the draft, because that dude's plugged in and doesn't get the credit. Like, he's not a Schefter. He's not one of those guys that just gets all of the credit for having all the answers.
We got love for North Dakota State. It's where our head coach is from, David Braun.
Yeah, y'all could almost call this guy a Wildcat.
The Bison.
I wanted him to hang around for the Vikings, because word is he's a good guard, day one starter, but could potentially slide to center down the road. And
Are you guys in need of a center?
Well, so we have Ryan. We picked up Ryan Kelly in the offseason to shore up our center position, but he's not going to last too much longer.
Before they shut it, did everyone just see that Settlers of Catan was prominently featured in this? They had a shot of his Zabel sitting in his house, and the full right fifth of the screen is a table with the board game with Settlers of Catan on it.
I was about to ask if y'all had talked about that when I had to leave for a minute.
A lot of that Twitter's gonna go at that.
Oh, Tailgate Tent already tweeted about it. He said Gray Zabel has a live Catan game going in the middle of the draft while seemingly hanging out in his parents' basement. Easily best pick of the draft.
Love it.
Amazing.
That's fantastic.
So Thamel just tweeted a minute ago, said, get the Busch Light ready in Pierre, South Dakota tomorrow night. Gray Zabel is headed to Seattle at number 18. He stuck around North Dakota State in part to farm corn and soybeans on local land.
Amazing.
Too bad he ended up in Seattle.
Agreed.
We got a lot of offense down here in the South, boy. Come on now.
Well, it'll be a lot of craft farming, a lot of neighborhood farming.
Yeah, that's not.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who own 2 or 3 chickens. It's that kind of place.
No. Hey, John, you're the plant guy. So my wife has taken over that corner over there where she's got some herbs and stuff growing. I don't know if you could tell.
I don't know.
Are those grow lights, Chris?
Yeah, they are grow lights.
I'll tell you.
I
have what I call the
green thumbing going on.
I have what I call the largest legal grow room in the Midwest in my basement.
Is there any street value to any of those plants, John?
No. I will say.
It just costs you money. It's just a bill.
I had today off, and I was spent a lot of time outside today putting banana.
It was a pretty day here. It's a pretty day.
I was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
we have 20 live plants in my bathroom. 20 live plants in my bathroom.
Good Lord,
that's impressive.
A lot of succulents. Huh?
No, they are not. They are big, green, leafy things.
That's awesome.
I forget what the law is here in Ohio. I think each person in the household can grow up to 5 marijuana plants. I believe that's the number. I could be wrong.
I would kill for these to be marijuana plants. They are not.
The Bucks are on the board.
Come to Cincinnati, Chris. Come see.
I'm trying. You know what I want to do? I need the Bengals to have a really good early season home game, while the Reds have a really good late season matchup. I just want to see Ellie and Joe at the same time.
Everyone look top middle of your screen right now, because Sam's been looking off screen trying to figure out what the Broncos are about to do here. I can see him looking.
Oh, they're next.
Yeah, they're up next.
All right, we're working our way through this.
Sounds like Tampa's taking Egbuka.
Okay,
interesting.
Oh, you guys going to Amari and Hampton then?
Yeah, maybe Hampton, maybe Travion Henderson.
Yeah.
Got your pick of running backs.
Yeah, you got nothing choice.
I think y'all are going running back though, right? Do we think that?
Yeah, and unless we can move down, unless someone who's really itching for
I just don't foresee moving down and I'm really curious to see what that Pittsburgh pick is next.
So if you're the Giants, right, you're picking at the top of round 2.
Yeah.
And you can make a sweet deal to jump Pittsburgh, who is looking for a quarterback. Aren't you picking up the phone and dialing 303?
Yeah,
So
maybe.
this is the only place. This is the only place where you really want to move up, right?
That's the Colorado area code. I mean, come on.
Pittsburgh's the only team that would take a quarterback in the rest of these teams, right?
Yeah, I mean,
probably think so.
I suppose that's the thing too. If you're Pittsburgh, how come you're not looking to trade down, right?
Well, you wouldn't now because it'd be hard.
So they only have percent chance available. I'm looking at this ESPN thing. 7 chance. Who's entering tonight? Draft day predictor. What is this math based on? Who thought the Dolphins were picking him at 13? What?
Who? Picking who at 13?
I don't know. I'm looking at this stat that I don't know. Like it's
ESPN
going to shock
weird stuff.
Or any of you who not watching ESPN, it's going to shock you to know that ESPN has been firmly on the Sanders family jock all night.
Well,
no.
The NFL Network has not. True journalism going on at the NFL Network, covering the draft as it happens. Is there a chance he's the best receiver in this draft?
Egbuka?
Sure.
I think he is.
He could be.
He's pretty good.
I think he's the best receiver in this draft.
AJ Henning, best receiver in the draft.
I'm going to disagree with that.
AJ.
He's got Baker Mayfield thrown to him.
I'm going to dip back into that Robert Mays pod I was listening to the other day, and they were talking about Egbuka as somebody that does not get credit for being a big guy and being really good at blocking. In large part because Ohio State didn't use him that way. No. But he's got a lot more versatility, I think, than comes across in the way most people are comping him.
Yeah.
So I might be with you, Chris.
I think he's the best receiver. Not that we've had like 5 receivers go in front of him.
Yeah.
And it hadn't been like a historic receiver class, but I thought going into this draft that he was going to be the best guy, and I was kind of shocked that a lot of mocks had him 3rd, 4th, 5th out of all the receivers going, and I was just like, I watched a lot of Ohio State football against my will, and I didn't see many people covering him.
You and me both, buddy. Yeah.
So
he's been a problem for years.
Yeah,
I think the McMillan kid from Arizona is still like he did some absolutely absurd stuff, and competition wasn't great and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, he was doing that stuff in the Pac-12 the year before.
The interesting thing about Egbuka is he's always been the number 2, whether it was.
He's going to be a number 2 in Tampa behind.
I was just about to say. You think he's Evans doesn't have any wheels left.
Evans.
Yeah.
Godwin's still there, right?
For how long though? Those two guys are both old.
Now Godwin's not that old. He's just hurt all the time. Evans doesn't have many years left.
We just got to see the glorious Northwestern Gothic uniforms. That's all I took out of that one highlight. They just showed just how beautiful our
those are great. I mean, they are really, really good.
I just did a double take because a guy in the back of the Buccaneers room looked a hell of a lot like John Gruden. I was like, wait, what? But it was
all right,
trigger warning.
So, Sam, who are we going with?
Who do you want? Who do you want out of all the running backs available? Who do you want?
I think I'm going back and forth between Hampton and Travion. If we're being honest,
I've always liked Henderson. I mean,
Henderson's got that home run hit. How good are his how can he catch out of the backfield?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the wide receivers have gotten so much glory there, but that guy has been a bell cow for them. But I don't know.
I can't say I watched a lot of Amari in Hampton, but people seem to really like him.
Yeah, UNC, right?
Yeah, North Carolina.
He was absurd in North Carolina.
But he's huge, right? Like you're talking about a monster of a guy, right?
And
I don't think he was that big, was he?
Is he not?
6 foot 221.
That's not,
not huge.
It's not nearly as big as I thought.
No, he's just like super fast, can hit the hole quick. Like he's got a burst. So,
Sam, if you guys were going to do anything other than running back, what would it be? Because I feel like I feel like everybody's been talking about nothing but running back to the Broncos, trade up for a running back, and y'all
The
must
last
not have
running
any other
back that
holes.
the Broncos had, like wasn't they a North Carolina kid?
Yes, Javonte Williams.
Yeah, there you go.
He's a Cowboy now.
Yep.
Hey, are we gonna have a running back run here? Looking at these guys left. Pittsburgh needs quarterback, but they also might take a running back because
I don't think we're getting a run because like who's the?
I can see the Chargers taking a running back. I can see Minnesota's going to take a running back.
Minnesota better not take a running back.
I can see a couple of these teams taking running back. I'm just saying.
I don't think that. I know Harbaugh's not going to take an Ohio State running back. Like I know.
But
he ain't got to be an Ohio State running back. Would he take an Iowa running back? Because I might.
If we weren't going running back, a tight end would have been there, but the two big guys are off the board.
They're gone.
We could use like inside linebacker or safety. I mean, the defense was good, but like we could not stop the run to save our lives.
So who do you take?
You still not have it yet? This is amazing. I'm like, Sam, you're usually so far ahead.
No, it's like the clock is still running. 40 seconds
Yeah,
left.
me too.
Mine doesn't even say the pick is in.
No, it's not.
Derek Harmon's still on the clock.
Yeah.
All right, it's still on the board.
That's the kid.
So,
okay,
all right,
in.
honest question. Seriously, Cam Scatterboot right now. I'd take him.
Not in the first round.
I love that guy.
I mean, I love that guy. He's a second round pick.
So excited if
That's
that
fine.
happens.
Go ahead and say it. I'm done. When this is all said and done, and Cam Scatterboot's better than all these guys, you're gonna all look like fools.
Chris, if we were on a desert island, not a desert island. If we got dropped into some like real estate auction in Miami right now,
okay,
and there's like
where your head's at,
like $1 million like high rises and mansions and all this crazy stuff.
Okay.
And I know that you, like me, are a chill dude. All you need is something that's comfortable with a dock, some fishing. You don't need to take that in the first round.
Listen, that's
take
fine.
the thing that's worth a gajillion dollars in the first round and bank yourself some gap between what you have to pay for a top end.
There's a difference
player.
Between Hampton, Henderson, Judkins, Johnson, and Scatterboot.
Which is why I would not take a running back in the first round.
Well, no, I'm not
ever.
I understand. Well, I wouldn't say ever because I might have sold my soul for Genty. But but I'm just telling you, out of all these guys, if you're not going to take running back and you can't trade back, you don't just take somebody that you don't want on your football team.
Yeah.
How are you? Are you solid at corner?
Lawrence is picking up what I'm putting down.
Are we solid at corner with Patrick Surtain?
But I mean, like, who's your number two?
It's Riley Moss right now.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you guys.
I mean, wasn't Will Johnson?
Will Johnson's a lot of value.
He was tabbed at like a top 10 level prospect. Yeah,
he's really good. I think, but I guess that's a thing. You don't have need there.
So I'm seeing a tip here, and I'm not going to spoil it.
We're getting it right now.
I'm very puzzled.
Well, they got a white dude out here giving the offer. So
yeah, it's make a wish thing. Make a wish kid.
No.
McKenna jumped in and said, speaking of running backs, why had my boy Jarquez being rated higher, Gary and Chris? We all watched in the last few years. He's an animal, number 4 or 5 in Auburn rushing history. Jarquez Hunter is small. Like, and I know that it says that he's like 5'9", 210. That kid ain't 210. Like, I don't care what number is put on some sheet somewhere. That kid's maybe 190 soaking wet. Like, no.
I don't
and
understand.
Didn't he had like injury problems and like couldn't there was something going on.
Jahadi Barron.
Okay. I'm not like I don't hate that.
There are a lot of mocks having him go higher than Will Johnson too, depending on your flavor.
They're good. They're gonna get panned for this. They're good. They're gonna get.
Yeah, but they got. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. How much crap did you get for taking Bo Nix?
A lot.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm not.
Call me next year and tell me how it worked out.
I'm not sitting here kicking it because we were talking about what do you want to do? You want to get a stellar unit, and now we've got the reigning defensive player of the year alongside
That's correct.
another first round pick.
So now in a world where you've got to beat the Chiefs, you're not getting a pass rush on Patrick because he gets the ball out too quickly, not because his offensive line is good or not, but because they just do too many quick short slants. That's when you need
and in this draft,
we had the Chiefs. We had the Chiefs beat last year. I'm not counting the last game of the year. That was not the Chiefs that we were playing.
I'm talking about the first game.
The first game we had them beat. Just pushed a field goal. Like that
a little
was
more happened than that.
Game.
That's okay.
What?
Either way,
that's okay.
Either way, this corner is way better than the options you're going to have in the second round when you pick.
That's true.
Whereas running back is
it's
like
there.
The next six guys are like not that different from one another.
Yeah, I don't hate this. I'm a little puzzled, and I'm looking forward to reading more about what went on.
The biggest critique is probably that you could have traded down and still got this guy or similar caliber. Yeah, but maybe there's nobody that wanted to move up.
If no one wanted to move up.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Pittsburgh.
I'm very curious who they're going to take. This is
this is the spice of life, my friends.
Yes.
This is where I thought if Sanders isn't gone by then, how the chances of Dart going ahead of him.
So we're looking at either Sanders, Dart, or Derek Harmon, probably.
God, I would not touch
any
quarterbacks in this bloody draft.
Nope.
Other than the top one.
Yeah, I would have taken Ward. There's no chance I'd take anybody else.
Especially if I can trade for Kirk Cousins in a couple weeks.
Sam, for what it's worth, Barron's tape looks pretty sweet, and a lot of it was in the slot. And between him and Moss, you have a lot of flexibility. Like,
absolutely.
I would say this: your corners are really good now.
Oh yeah, no, I love our secondary now. It wasn't our biggest position of need. But I love our secondary.
Yeah,
strength on strength, baby. I like it. I'm not a fan. I mean, I'm not against that ever.
Like it's not necessarily the pick I would have made, but there's a reason I'm sitting at home on my couch and not running the Broncos from the GM's room.
Man, I'll tell you what you wouldn't have done. You would not have traded up for Maurice Claret.
I
know that for a fact.
That is
and
true.
You also would not have drafted Tim Tebow. So maybe you'd
also
be doing better than that room was doing at certain points. This pick came in fast.
Real fast.
Yeah.
So here we go. Is it Sanders? I mean, it's certainly no one's reach at 21, right? So it's
not crazy.
Wait, who is this? Who are they showing here? Oh, they're showing Dart on the screen. Oh my God, if that happened. But he doesn't look stoked though. And his brother is fast asleep on the couch.
He doesn't look stoked because he's looking at a team that's not going to have any wide receivers.
Oh, interesting.
Defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
There it is.
Wow. Oh, sure.
That's another big hombre.
Now we get to see if somebody decides to trade up to go and get Sanders.
Look for the Giants. Look for the Saints. Right?
Yeah, potentially.
I am not in the room, but I would love to trade any of these teams the 24th pick.
Sure.
For some extra picks, because we only got 4, and that
y'all have,
folks.
You only have 4 through the whole draft.
Only 4.
That's it.
Yeah.
No bueno.
It's not great.
I mean, who are you going to get right now to get JJ McCarthy? Right?
What's that?
Last year you moved up like 1 spot to get McCarthy.
No, we didn't move up. I don't think we moved up at all. No, we just picked where we picked. I think we were 11.
Man, they are showing their defensive front right now, and that is not fun.
Yeah, it's nasty.
I mean,
it's nasty.
That's nasty.
And not just a sick collection of players, but a coaching staff and a pedigree and an identity that just stems off of that. I mean, they are going to be. This is like kid in a candy store.
Yeah. Currently, Mason Rudolph is the quarterback for the Steelers.
Yeah.
Is that why he's trending on Twitter right now?
Probably.
They're doing the math. They're probably looking at the rest of these picks and being like, we can go get a QB in the second round.
I
can trade
I
him.
think they can get
thing.
Kirk Cousins tomorrow with the second round pick.
Yeah.
I think
make the Falcons pay half his salary.
I think if you want the quarterback, instead you trade up to the bottom of the first so you can get that extra year.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
The extra
Lamar
year
Jackson
thing, I get that, but none of these guys are Lamar Jackson.
No,
I'm not paying the price for the extra year.
So
one of these guys.
So we've only talked about Sanders and a little bit about Dart. What about is it Shu? Tyler Shu?
Shuck.
Yeah, thank you.
Tyler Shuck.
See the big one?
Tyler Shuck.
He's the 26-year-old that played at Louisville, Texas Tech, and Oregon.
Yeah, bounced around he was
backed
a
up
top
Justin Herbert at Oregon.
Top end pick at Oregon, never played there. Yada yada yada.
But
and there's
by
a lot.
God, he looked good in Jeff Brom's offense.
Yeah, that scares me because I think Jeff Brom is a genius.
I would look good in Jeff Brom's offense, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I think
Jeff Brom is
that.
I think Jeff Brom is a genius.
But isn't that the type of pick that the Pittsburgh Steelers make over and over? Like they find that guy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I would not be surprised at all if Shedeur is not really on their radar. I got to think that the Giants and the Browns are looking at it's whichever one of them can get in ahead of.
I don't want them to take a quarterback.
One of these last 10 picks. I got to think they're trading in.
We got 2 first-round picks next week. We don't need next year. We don't need a quarterback this year. We're good. Flacco, he's my guy. We're good.
Lawrence, if I had a gas mask bong, I would put it on for you right now, but I do not.
Yeah,
sadly.
No gas mask bong videos for.
My life is not that exciting.
There we go. There's John.
Yeah,
back again.
It is time for me to get some more whiskey, though.
One thing I was going to say about Sanders too is we talked earlier about the thing with so he rubs some teams the wrong way, right? And then of course that was super controversial, and a lot of people came back on it, and a lot of people were the people who rubbed the wrong way. Well, here's the thing though. What if the teams that he rubbed the wrong way happen to be the teams that need quarterbacks, right? It's
but aren't those the only teams that really brought him in?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, they were very stingy with where they were taking visits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, New England's not bringing in quarterbacks,
right?
Not every team is just bringing all these guys in.
Yeah, I don't know who. Again, I don't that was the read, right? Was that he rubbed someone the wrong way? And again, that's not to say anything on him necessarily. It could have just been these people. I'm just simply saying.
I just think that's so much false smoke screen stuff, because when you dig into, I mean, the interesting thing about Pittsburgh as the most stable place for him to go, because Tomlin is not threatened by Dion or any of that other whatever.
That's true.
And but then you go look at both Cleveland and New York, the other teams that most desperately need a QB. You've got a coach on their last legs. The coach is about, how do I preserve my job and extend going forward? And maybe Stefanski's in a much more stable place.
Basically, won coach of the year 2 of the last 5 years.
But still, coaches that are. We'll put it in Dayball's case, coaching for his job next year,
and the GM,
and the GM too.
They're making picks to try to save jobs.
And if they bring in a defensive player that gets the defense a little bit better, but they don't win, they don't have a winning record, et cetera, they're probably toast. But if then they bring in a QB that falls on his face, they're also but they
brought in Russell Wilson. I think they're putting their eggs in Wilson being much better than anything they've had the last couple of years.
I just with regard
Russell
to the whole,
Wilson, Russell and Jameis. That's their quarterback stable right now. Russell and Jameis.
When it gets to the whole did he piss people off? Did he not? I think it's so much more about there are a mix of incentives and a mix of what people are trying to achieve, even in those draft rooms, and that I think that is much more of the issue here than anything that Shedeur did or didn't do in his interviews.
Or just that. His tools too, right? I mean, he's
not a surefire pick.
People, right? There's not a ton of NFL measurables with him.
No, that's it. It's not. Forget about all of that other stuff. That could be right. It could not be. It doesn't matter. If he was elite at football, then nobody would care that he was an asshole in his interview, and they would have just drafted him.
We keep joking about Kirk Cousins, and that's actually a pretty decent comp on like maybe not the ceiling, but like the 75th percentile of what you might get with Shador.
Where did
Kirk
Cousins go? Where did he go? Third, fourth?
Fourth round.
Okay.
Fourth round. He was like one of the top picks of the fourth round, right after they picked RG3 in the first.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Lawrence in the chat, Hugh Freeze getting rubbed the wrong way sometimes is fun. I want to highlight that because for anyone who doesn't know, who's in the
tell the origin story here.
Who's in the chat? Hugh Freeze getting rubbed the wrong way is how this synergy came about. It's because of an article we wrote for the site that caught Gary and Chris's attention, and then
we were pretty knee deep in that stuff.
And then which led to me being on guesting on Winning Cures Everything, and look at us all these years later. What a beautiful
I forgot about that origin story.
Thank you, Hugh Freeze.
Yeah,
definitely not huge Freeze.
Hey, you don't know that. You don't know that.
How has somebody not made that movie?
It truly, for the Westlot Pirates.
I'm sure somebody has. I'm just going to bet it's on a different kind of website than.
Yeah.
For the Westlot Pirates and Winning Cures Everything, just what a happy ending.
Are the Chargers letting their clock expire?
Oh, I hope so.
They took it down to 0.
I'm still waiting for somebody else to take the ignominy of letting the clock expire away from my horrible Viking history.
Well, that's not going to be Harbaugh.
I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't going there
queen,
tonight.
Though. Harbaugh is a drama queen, though, so he's going to definitely take all the time just to do it.
I mean, he's probably taking phone calls. Is really what's going on, right?
I just can't imagine people if he's taking calls, he's the one delivering the calls. They're calling other people. I just can't think if anybody's.
Do you think you have to call Harbaugh on a landline?
Do we think they would take Will Johnson here?
Value.
They would totally take Will Johnson here.
He's crazy value at this spot. I mean, not crazy.
That actually be a pretty good. Is
pick. That crazy value?
Not crazy value, but it's value.
I could see that.
I just want to know which one of these guys did a high school visit to Michigan. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, I mean,
I know Najee Harris did.
Matthew Golden would be. I feel like they need wide receiver help pretty badly.
So yeah, I mean, it may be Golden. Like
yeah,
that
so I'd Golden but Will Johnson makes a lot of sense if they want to go defense.
Come on, go get Josh Simmons or Travion Henderson. Let's see it. I just want to see Harbaugh do that.
Josh Simmons would, yeah. I mean, their O-line is not their top need, in my opinion. But
no, it's not. We got our boy on one end, and they took a tackle first last year too, I think.
Did they?
Didn't they?
Oh yeah, you're right. I can't remember who the hell it was, but
yeah, because he said he looks at the offensive line as if it's a weapon.
Yeah.
Who?
Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh.
That's why he took Rashawn. That's why he's on Rashawn Slater's football team right there. If you want an offensive weapon, you want your left tackle. Is he left tackle, Rashawn? Or is he right? No, he's left, right?
He's left.
He's a left. Yeah, he was a left tackle.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh wow. There's Amarian Hampton.
I told you he was going to take a running back.
That's why they just signed Najee Harris.
Yeah, he took Joe Alt last year from Notre Dame.
That's what it was.
Yeah, from Notre Dame. Yeah.
So they took Slater and then Alt. I knew it was a pretty badass lineman.
So they got Amarian Hampton.
So this is like, Sam. This is why you don't make this. You don't pick Amarian Hampton at this because you can get another running back.
But if you like Hampton, then you say almost as good. But we see year in year out, these guys aren't all interchangeable.
Do you know who the leading rusher among rookie running backs was last year?
No.
I don't either, and it's not anybody who was drafted early. I forget the name, but it's like none of the guys that were on anybody's radar. and like I'm not trying to imply these guys aren't valuable. They're just not valuable here. Yeah, Bucky Irving. That's right.
Yeah,
they're just not valuable here
yards.
at this stage. You can get them elsewhere. And if you
you're
holes, I get
that
it.
as if you have options. If you don't have a lot of holes and you don't like the wide receivers there because that's your biggest hole, then why are you forcing square peg into a round hole? Take the guy you want because nobody's calling you to sell the pick.
I just can't.
I'm just play with me here.
Okay.
Do y'all know who the second leading rusher among rookies was last year?
Tyrone Tracy.
No.
Was it not a running back?
It was not a running back.
It was Bo Nix, wasn't it?
It was Jaden Daniels.
Oh.
891 yards. Bo Nix had 430. He was number 6. Drake May was number 7. Tyrone Tracy Jr. with 839. Ray Davis with Buffalo at 442. Isaac Guerrero at 420.
Oh, yeah, him.
Aldrich Estime had 310. He was number 10.
I guess the one thing you could say is that Harbaugh is going to use the running back in a very in a more traditional way. So
all of the rookies that got taken last year, we don't know if they were good or not. So that's you're comparing. That'd be like saying next year, well, look how good look how bad the rookie quarterbacks were that came out this year. Let's just not take one next year. Like, no, they just weren't good. Like, all of this has to be held into context. I don't think. I'll tell you this. Let me tell you how good Henderson was. Ohio State knew they had to go pay a king's ransom to get Judkins from Ole Miss because they didn't think they were solid there. Okay, that's how good he was. Now, I would take that as a red flag if I was an NFL GM. So to just say any of these guys are fine, no. I don't want the guy that was a part of a two-headed monster in college. If you couldn't carry your team in college, then how are you going to help me in the NFL when it gets a lot harder?
I'd see that. The top 4. Now let's do top 5. The top 5 rookie running backs in 2023. Bijan Robinson had 976. Jahmyr Gibbs had 945. Devon Achane had 800. Zach Charbonnet had 462. And
all freaks. Real good running backs. Really good running backs.
It'll be interesting next year to see where Singleton and Allen go. Because, that was an interesting thing where, both of those guys could be in this draft, and they both went back to Penn State.
I agree. Those guys. And I'm curious how they would look in this draft.
But I'm that's the thing too. I kind of discuss this point, not to hate on Hampton, who I'm sure is sweet, but I'm watching this film and I'm being I've watched I don't know that there's a huge amount of separation between this or a guy you could have gotten at the end of the first or the top of the second. I don't it wasn't. Which again, but I suppose then you have to be able to trade down. You have to have someone who wants the pick.
Yeah. Because you're not picking at the bottom of the second.
Right.
You're picking at the back of the second, not the early, picking at the late. Those guys aren't going to be there. So you can't just take them. So you take the guy you want. Somebody's got to be the one to take somebody who's not Genty.
It's a balance, right? There's trades versus production. There's positional value. They're balancing all these things.
Out of all the running backs, other than Genty, only one. I know you laugh. I know you fake fun. Only one put his team on his back. Only one carried his football team to a playoff. Okay, and he almost won the damn playoff. That's Cam Scatterboo. I know y'all laugh. I know you think you should.
I'm not laughing.
I'm just saying, Cam Scatterboo ain't gonna be there at the 30th pick in the second round.
Chris, my last name is Scousebo. I got nothing but love for Cam Scatterboo. Nothing but love for Cam Scatterboo.
I really thought you were going Genty there. Only one
Genty's
carried
gone.
his team.
Genty's gone. He's out of here. That's a no-brainer. I said that before the draft started.
Scott, speaking of you, is there anywhere you would less rather be than this spot in this draft at this moment?
Hell no. Oh God, Green Bay, Wisconsin. No
They took a
gracias.
tackle. No, they didn't.
2022 rookie rushing leaders: Kenneth Walker had over 1,000, Tyler Algier had over 1,000, Damian Pierce had over 900, Isaiah Pacheco had over 800, and all of them have completely fallen off.
I would argue there's no discernible difference between those four guys and what happened for their teams. And I'm not using that as like last year informs this year, because Chris, that's a good point. Like, yes, last year's class was much different than this year's class. And if you like your guy, go get your guy. I think it's a mistake.
I'm not saying he's my guy either. I'm just saying if you're the team and nobody's calling and you're saying don't take running back, well, all of the running backs, if you're saying they're all the same, none of them are going to be there when we pick in the late 20s in the second round. Or there's a chance that I'm going to be stuck with the last of them, and I don't want that situation.
Unless it's Cam Scadaboo.
Well, but that's everybody's choice to pass on him. I think that's wrong, by the way, because I've seen what he can do. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
What was the kid that was at Missouri 2 years ago? Because he was kind of the same as Scadaboo. Came in, led the league in rushing.
Right, had the huge numbers. I'm blanking on his name.
Cody something.
Never carried his team to the playoff.
It didn't, but had a win over Ohio State. He was there. Judkins will be the best running back in this class, says Lawrence. Lawrence, I know, is an Ole Miss guy, and for him to have that much love.
But to Scuzz's point, sure. Why not? I'm not we all love Genty, but it's the idea that Judkins could be the best running back in this class. It's sure. That's not that wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world.
That's not crazy.
Yeah.
It's not crazy at all.
To everything Chris was saying, Scadaboo being the best running back in this class would by far be the most fun outcome.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, by far.
Honestly, that guy, I'm a little bit worried about his health too. Which is the other running back piece too.
Yeah.
These guys take an absolute pounding, and Scadaboo was.
Do we think that the Packers crowd kind of starts to thin out after this?
Probably. It looks cold there.
And go do what, Gary?
Yeah, that's true.
Go home and go to bed. It's a Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Jesus, what are we doing? What else is there to do in Green Bay? I don't know. Get up and go to work. Come on. Mark Murphy.
That's our boy.
Former Mark Murphy. Speaking of Northwestern athletic directors, former. How many ADs ago was that for us? 4? What did Murphy go right? Did Phillips take the job from Murphy?
Yeah, okay. It was Rick Taylor to Murphy to Phillips.
And then some stuff, and then Mark Jackson.
Some stuff happened.
And then some stuff. I love it. Yeah, some stuff definitely happened.
Who can remember?
The 2 week reign.
I'll tell you though, it's that facility is, because it's not just the practice field that's over there and everything, all the AD, the department offices are over there and everything, and it's ludicrous. We were talking about a place to work. I don't think we're talking out of turd scuzz to say that when Sean Dennison gave us that tour, he showed us the spot where he interviewed for the job and was like, I can't believe this is the spot I'm interviewing for the job. It was I want to get hired so bad. And it's some of the views in that building are insane.
Whoa, the Packers are taking a wide receiver for the first time since 2002 in the first round.
You know Aaron Rodgers has got to be pissed off.
Eat shit, Aaron Rodgers. Eat shit.
Good Lord. Chris is
Matthew
back.
Golden.
Chris,
I love it. I love it. I was prepared for them to take Will Johnson, and I was going to joke about how it's Randy Moss all over again, where the Packers are going to draft nothing but cornerbacks for the next 4 years because they're terrified of my Vikings receivers.
Golden,
but this skewering of Aaron Rodgers is just as good.
I don't know, again, to Chris, I don't know what it's been like on the NFL Network, but this has to be the longest we've gone in the first round without seeing video of a guy running a 40, and I feel like maybe Golden will finally break that stretch.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen it
That's
one
a
time.
sweet
They
suit.
haven't showed
Holy
zero
shit.
combine
Yeah, there's been
that
no
is
combine
hot.
highlights, but
at all.
he ran some blistering time. I forget how fast it was, but
All right, guys, are you ready to chant with me? Trade, 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 trade. We need more picks. Trade.
You definitely need more picks.
Matthew
thought I was
Golden
gonna-
ran a 4.29
yeah.
God damn, he looks fast.
at the scouting
How,
combine.
how
is
did
fast. He's-
how did he not go to the Chiefs?
Yeah, I know, right?
They haven't picked yet.
Oh, yeah.
How did he not go to the Raiders? That's the real question.
Oh, because the Raiders took Genty.
Because they took Genty.
Because Al Davis died and he no longer drafts the fastest player in the draft.
Right.
Sorry, was that cruel? Was it
No.
too soon?
No,
No.
that's just,
All right.
I used that joke right off the top, Scuzz, to try to say that they were going to take AJ Henning, which I wish.
I hate to tell you, but I think Matt Golden's faster.
Which again, no, Matt Golden, AJ Henning of the SEC, they call him. That's what I'm saying.
The Vikings went fast.
Oh wow.
Their pick is in. Yikes.
Oh, wow. So they know.
Yikesy,
They
yikesy,
were never
yikesy.
trading it. They've been waiting forever.
Oh, this terrifies me.
What are you thinking? What are you looking for here?
Offensive lineman.
Yep. I know
but
which
who?
one it is.
I don't know that. I'm just guessing.
I would probably go corner, actually.
They don't need. They don't
you
need
got more
corners.
options, I think.
They're very solid at corner.
I was just about to say,
yeah, no,
this is a
so are we.
situation where that team has needs.
If they're going to go DBs, they got to go. I think they got to go Malachi Starks.
What about the what's the kid from South Carolina?
And then Worry, he's just not as
Worry.
good of a fit. Starks is like his game is very similar to Harrison Smith, and I mean, I guess unless you want to change, you can change your approach certainly, but it would just make more sense, I think, for Starks.
Hey, McKinnon
But,
jumped in. He said, "Still not as fast as Xavier Worthy." Talking about Matthew Golden.
McKinnon, are you a Texans
Xavier Worthy
fan?
was pretty fast in a car, wasn't he? Do I remember that? Is that right?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Yep.
You remember
Yeah.
that. You remember
Oh, they're letting Golden get on the mic?
They just gave him a live mic in front of the Green Bay crowd. How about that?
ESPN still hasn't shown Matthew Golden highlights, and these are some of the best non-Travis Hunter highlights of this entire first round.
The NFL Network did. They showed a lot.
Yep.
They showed
Yeah,
a
they
whole
showed
lot.
a lot of them.
Dang it.
They showed him.
Yeah.
They showed a lot against Georgia too. So you're talking about good on good. Not that Georgia had like an elite offensive,
That's right. That's right. McKinnon jumped in. He said, "Nope, that was Rice. It was Rasheed Rice. That's who it was. The kid from SMU.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was another fast kid." Hey, by the way, shout out to the Grizzlies. They're it's still in the first half. They're up 71-45 on the Thunder right now.
Wow.
With a minute 22 left.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
Is there ever going to be a close game in that series? Holy crap!
Doubtful.
Ooh.
I'll take
Wow.
them this way, baby. I'll take them this
Wow.
way.
Wild up 3-1 on the Knights tonight too.
Cheers to
Let's
that.
go.
Last night was the best hockey night. They knew to stay away from the draft.
Yes, they did. Yes,
Set these
they did.
teams up.
Colorado Dallas. If
Oh my
anybody's,
god, that series is just
if you
fucking
want to
nuts.
get into hockey, go watch
Watch
Colorado
Colorado
Dallas.
I'm telling you, it's been. Neither one of those are my teams. It doesn't matter. It's just the most exciting hockey.
That's flipping fantastic.
I mean, they're really good.
I would have loved to have stayed up for that overtime, but
See,
I wanted to
I
make
went,
sure
to, I went to
I
bed
wanted
at
to make
the
sure I
end of the
made it
second
here
period.
tonight.
It was
I needed to
1-0.
be here.
It was 1-0. I went to bed at the end of the second period, 1-0. And Sam says, "We haven't even got to overtime yet." And I woke up. First thing I did was grab my phone, check the score, and damn thing did go into overtime. I was like, God, Sam knew. But, I mean, if you've been watching that series, that's what's going to happen. These teams are just going to play it tight. That's our hockey talk for the night.
No,
Yeah, we got our
there
pick
can
in.
definitely be more hockey talk. I'm happy to talk some
All right.
hockey.
All right, Scuzz.
All right, so let's do this. Okay, let's wait for Scuzz's pick, and then
Oh, they're all applauding.
Yeah.
They're all happy.
oh.
They're all
People in
happy.
Green Bay are
Have
happy.
you ever seen like a video? Imagine if they cut to the war room and they're all like, "Shit,
Son of a.
John, might I remind you, you were the
not
team
that
that,
guy."
we are the team that didn't get our bloody pick in 2 years in a row. So all bets are off when it comes to this. It's like the most terrifying minute of
Give me one of them big
my
ones.
year every year.
Donovan
What we got?
Jackson, guard
Yeah.
out of Ohio State.
That's the tip I just got a second ago from my buddy, and that sounds right. I'm very happy with that.
No,
Anything
that's what
other
they
than
need.
an offensive guard, I would have said like, can we please have just traded and waited? But this is
No,
good.
they need line.
This is what they need.
Schefter's saying the Giants are
Right.
trading back up.
So, all right, we're kind of in a lull of this thing. We're gonna watch. We're gonna
Well,
the Giants traded up.
Giants are trading up.
All right,
Shador, here it comes.
gotta be.
Wow, yeah. Wow.
Gotta be.
So they're trading up to get in front of the Rams.
They might just be trading up to get because I don't think the Rams are taking any of these guys.
Yeah, but to get ahead of,
I think they're just. I think this is the team that was willing to deal their first round pick.
Yeah.
That's what I honestly think. But I might be
Yeah,
wrong on that.
yeah, draft capital, and like they wanted that fifth.
Yeah, they want the fifth
they wanted
year.
that fifth
You're
year.
right, Sam. So let's talk. All these guys playing in college. We got a little chaos going in college. Can we get the people who run this sport to stop going into panic mode every time crazy things are happening in college football with NIL and the transfer portal? Can we all not panic and just settle the hell down?
Ideally,
Things
but
have always happened in college.
exactly.
Yeah.
Always.
But now players have a little control and they're making a lot of money, and that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And I just don't get it.
You know,
I don't
Chris,
get it. You know what I believe in? I believe in contract law. Okay.
Well, that's
And if we have language in the contracts that allows certain things to happen or disallows things to happen, then we just follow the contracts. That's
See,
it.
Chris,
This is not that complicated.
It's not even about contracts. People are worried about markets and how expensive it gets. And markets correct themselves.
Always correct themselves.
and these pearls aren't
They
going to
get a
clutch
little
themselves.
wonky at
yeah,
first.
that's true. Yes, Sam's right.
What now? I'm sorry.
Those pearls aren't going to clutch themselves. I mean, come on.
God,
Exactly.
All these people want, and then we're wanting Congress. If anybody is more incompetent than the NCAA, it's Congress, and we're asking them for help. I mean, this is the definition of the blind leading the blind.
Well, so we were just talking about that piece the other day because the judge just issued a stay.
Are you guys watching the screen right now?
No, what's
Well,
happening?
He doesn't exactly seem super.
I am seeing people hug and congratulate Jackson Dart. In a
Ooh.
room.
Oh,
I tell you.
Is
He's
that on
not
the
going to
NFL?
go first.
Is that on the NFL Network?
not on the
No, it's
NFL
not on the
network.
NFL Network. That is not.
Oh, okay.
ESPN.
I'm looking. Okay, so you're a little bit ahead of me.
That's not my.
Well, I
team.
don't know. He's
Wow.
That's
I mean,
pretty
not
awesome.
wow. I mean that's. But everyone's going to say wow.
All right, go ahead. What talk? Let's talk about the thing that just got passed. You're saying, John.
so
The
all
house
right, now.
settlement.
Well, it's not
So-
passed yet, right? Because they're still
Well,
working on
the
the
judge
roster limit side.
held it up because of this stupid roster thing, and it's not that anything's wrong in terms of their Title IX ramifications. They have to adjust these roster limits, etc. They have to make the numbers work with the way that they're shifting it up. That all makes sense, but they all just randomly decided that they were just going to do a hard pivot out of the blue to these new roster numbers, which meant that a ton of guys had to get cut. And all the guys who are getting cut are it's all walk-ons,
Yeah, it's
basically.
all because it's actually an increase in scholarship numbers,
Right.
but it's a decrease in overall team,
limit,
roster
yeah.
size.
And it's
'Cause
just
it drops from 130 to 105.
Right.
105.
And the whole
and I-
reason that the judge held it up is she's basically all these walk-ons are getting screwed for no reason.
And I guarantee nobody thought about it. It's they
Right,
drew this up on
exactly.
paper and they're
No.
patting each other on the back, congratulating each other. Oh, look what we did. We solved it.
Okay.
Right.
And
the
nobody
problem
thought
is-
about how do you go from A to B?
Right. And it's
Right, but here's the
literally
thing.
you could just roll it out over a
Hold
couple of years and
Hold on.
not screw anybody over. And that's basically how the judge was why are we doing this? And Northwestern, I'm sure it's all these schools, but Northwestern, David Braun, I was just talking with somebody about this, but David Braun a person who there aren't many things that make that guy mad. He is a pretty positive spirited guy. And he was just so pissed about this. He's basically like, I have to go cut a group of guys who, like a select group of guys who've done nothing but just plug away and practice forever. They're not on scholarship. They're not guys that play. They're guys that just like bust their ass. And those are the guys that I have to go cut or tell them to go get in the portal for no reason, which is, it's stupid. I mean, to Chris's point, it's like, you just gotta hold it up. So,
but that part I get. There's always going to be somebody's head who's going to fall. And if we're talking about the back end of the roster, we're talking about non-scholarship guys anyway. Like, right. I was friends with some of those guys when I was at Ole Miss. Like, if they had to stop playing football, it didn't end their life. They didn't put a lot of stock into it. They were, they knew what they were and they knew their positions. That's
the thing, right? It's like, right.
But at the end of the day, like, you can't. That wouldn't hurt my feelings to cut those guys. But I have been in a business where I've had to sit aside from people who had real jobs and fire them and to take those jobs away from them. So those aren't fun conversations to have, but they do have to happen in things like that. That's not my issue. My issue is just this concept that every time something happens and a coach's life is inconvenienced by a player, we get all up in arms, and I have said this forever and ever and ever. Put it in the contracts. And now, listen, Arkansas is trying to go after Nico's little brother for this stuff. Here's the thing. This is not going to be a complicated thing. Open the contract and read it. If they have language where they're allowed to collect money back from him, if he was paid money and didn't render services, then they can get it back. If it's not, then they won't get anything back. Right. And that's just the way it's going to be. Now, people think, now the schools are going to make these contracts really difficult. No, they're not. No, they're not, because we're still in the world of recruiting. And if I want you to come to my school and not go to somebody else's school, and they have a very restrictive, very team-friendly contract, and you have a very loose player-friendly contract, then you might take less money to go to that school. And guess what? At the end of the day, the contract says what the contract says. And if you don't put restrictions on these players in the contract, then they can do whatever the hell they want. Holy shit, Jackson Dart just went. I knew it before the night started. Before the night started, I told you there is a chance. I didn't know how big it was, but Jackson Dart was going to be the second quarterback taken, not Shedeur Sanders.
How did I not know until now that he looks like James Spader? How is that like that hasn't been – it's like literally –
That's hilarious.
Wow.
And
we talked about this exact thing like right off the top. This was like one of the specific like questions was like, will Jackson Dart be the second quarterback selected? Yep. But man, this is the roof caving in for Shedeur, boy.
Whatever.
Did y'all see the NFL Network comp that they gave to him?
Who, Shedeur or Jackson?
Yeah, for Jackson Dart.
No.
It said Jalen Hurts. Does anybody else see that?
No.
I could see.
In a word,
no. I actually could see that. He's not nearly as strong as him, but if you look at their running stats, I bet they're not far apart.
But again, there's Jackson Dart.
Jalen Hurts can bench press or can squat a Buick, but Jackson Dart, if they need it 1 to 5 yards, Jackson Dart could get it almost every time.
Well, Dart, here's the thing, though. I mean, like, I'm not saying Shedeur might totally be a better quarterback than Jackson Dart, but Jackson Dart's got the better tools.
Like, that's better tools. That's it. He looks like a quarterback. He feels like a quarterback.
Right.
I don't have to gimmick my offense to get him to do it. If he can be accurate and make good decisions, then he's going to be a good quarterback. Right. My biggest issue is I don't think he can do that, but that's not my decision to make.
Yeah. Shedeur is 6'1", not crazy fast, and doesn't have a particularly strong arm. He's really good at playing quarterback, and he's a real heady guy and a smart guy and a confident guy. But, like, a lot of times in the NFL, like, coaches tell themselves, take the best athlete and I'll make him good.
Well, the other thing is, Shedeur spent his life throwing the ball to wide open guys.
Guys, we have another trade.
What you just said, John, is not how the NFL used to operate, because, Chris, you just described gimmick offense not describing the guy that runs a lot, which is like that
Right.
just sums up the sea change of the way NFL
It's just
offenses
the
are designed and the
Right.
way players are chosen.
We need you to guard 11 players on the field, not
Yep.
not 10.
Yep. And
That's-
and that
that's-
100%
your quarterback has to be a
tracks
weapon.
with Dart's skill set and why he's more versatile and more.
Yeah,
more,
he's
Atlanta just moved back in.
So-
Yeah,
So
Atlanta
again,
just
Atlanta-
traded with the Rams.
Atlanta just traded 46, 242, and next year's first to go.
What do
up
we think
here.
Atlanta traded back in?
What do
They
do?
traded next year's first.
They traded next year's first.
So I think
So
LA.
they got,
I think
so they got more than who traded for the New York pick?
Houston.
Houston. They got more than Houston if they got a first.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yes,
Houston got a first.
I think the Rams. I think the moment the Giants traded, I think the Rams were like shit. They're going to take Dart. That's our guy. The wide
Wow.
receivers that they would want are gone. It'll be really interesting to see who Atlanta goes
Yeah,
for. 'Cause I'm
who's
not
I
sure
have
who you're
no
trading
idea
up
who
for right
Atlanta's
now.
going after.
If
Who's
Atlanta
worth next
takes
year's
Shedeur
first?
Sanders,
Oh my God! Please
Well,
let it happen.
that would be
Please let it happen.
That would
Oh, please let it happen.
I
Is
mean,
McKinnon
last year
gonna
we thought the
spot-
same thing with Penix, right? Like,
Is McKinnon going to spontaneously combust in the chat?
the Falcons. The Falcons are taking Scatterboo, Chris. They traded back up to get him.
BJ's life is short. Cut him off.
I got it. Lawrence jumped in. Jackson Dart wins a Super Bowl in 5 years or less.
Absolutely not. I'm sorry. not with the freaking Giants.
Yeah.
Maybe
All right,
maybe
let's
if
not
he ends
get
up on the
past-
Eagles, that'll
He's
happen.
not getting past my boy in
Yeah.
Washington.
So who's
I have no idea. I have no idea who's worthy of being traded up to get drafted.
Will
I hope it's-
Johnson?
I
One
hope
of the
it's
safeties?
Cam
God.
Scatterboo.
Is it Will Johnson?
No.
Please be Cam Scatterboo. That'll make
Did y'all
me
not
happy.
see it?
No, I got nothing.
he's-
I'm
he's
so
reading
far
right
behind.
now.
Pierce Jr.
James Pierce.
James
Jr.
Pierce Jr.
So they took two
Yeah.
edge rushers.
He's worth next year's first.
Next year's first.
The Falcons will do some stuff in the first round.
Who's running the Falcons right now?
The next year's
Man.
first. Now I like Pierce. I actually like him a lot, but that's a lot. Next year's first a lot.
Who did they take earlier?
They
Walker.
took what's his name? Walker.
Javon Walker.
Jordan.
Yeah. Or
Jordan.
Jalen Walker.
Wow.
So they took the Georgia kid at linebacker. They took James Pierce at edge. I mean, they needed.
I mean, they just locked up that line. I mean, they just well, not locked it up. They went from being awful at that position to being, young and exciting.
Definitely exciting. Definitely young.
So
that's
wait,
crazy.
what was do you have the trade? Like what was the full trade?
They just had it up a second ago.
Yeah,
and I
no,
was looking at something else. Shit.
Hang on. I just had it. Yeah,
Here's
so
McKinnon.
the Falcons get this pick and a third round pick this year. The Rams get the number 46 pick in the second round, next year's first, and a 7th round pick this year.
Wow.
Like, I guess okay. So you're giving up next year's first because
Maybe-
you traded back up to get a first round pick in this year's draft. So the Rams were not getting a first round pick for this year. So
Yeah, they
basically,
didn't do a
Atlanta
pick
wanted
swap
2
like
this year.
normal.
Rams get 2 next year.
Is it possible Atlanta has already traded Kirk Cousins for a first round pick from Pittsburgh
Well, they're not getting a first for Kirk. I bet they'll struggle to get a
or
fourth.
whatever?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Boy, that is something. Yeah, McKinnon's response in the chat. Dear Lord Almighty.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, boy. Let's go. All right, so the Ravens are coming up next, and
pour
they
yourself
always
a stiff one, McKinnon. We're right there with you, buddy.
the Ravens are probably going to take what Malachi Starks, I guess.
Starks is like a perfect player for them.
Yeah, I mean that fits in. God, mighty.
This is I feel like Ravens and Chiefs at the end of the draft. There's somebody. I mean, this is not like crazy value like Starks has fallen or something, but there's always just somebody that falls to them that's a
That
perfect
fits them
fit.
perfectly. Yeah,
Exactly, and they just live in these last 6 or 7 picks every year. I guess I guess when you have Lamar and Mahomes, that's your lot in life.
You're living at the bottom of the first round. Yeah.
Yeah. God willing, one day we can be there.
Lawrence Sanders doesn't need to worry about money. He's fine.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah. He does not need to chase the bag, as he so eloquently puts it.
I wonder if Will Johnson would be the pick here because all the ties.
I thought about that.
Yeah.
Safety's a bigger need, but we'll see.
There ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. There's not any defensive linemen left. I kind of thought that's who they would go for. So,
what if they go tight end?
Who?
Oh my God! What if they pick Sanders?
No. Before you hopped on, Chris went on a whole thing about Mason Taylor and how he's the best tight end of the draft.
He's going to be the best tight end of the draft. He is going to be the best tight end of the draft. Also, they have two tight ends, and both of them.
Gary, if Jalen was in that overhead somewhere, you have to drink.
Oh my God.
Hey Gary, if you were watching the NFL Network, you wouldn't have to worry about any of this because they haven't showed him except for when Booker got taken.
NFL Network. I'm on.
That a boy.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Yeah, I swapped it earlier. Like about the fourth time they showed Shedeur Sanders and whatnot, and within the first 3 picks, I was like,
they literally only showed Shedeur when the Jackson Dart pick was happening, and that was like that whole.
I don't know. I think Shedeur is the best thing that could happen to Jalen Milroe. I was like, they keep cutting. We keep getting these far away shots of Shedeur. Like, there's no need to show Jalen. Jalen's been on camera one time, and it was hugging
Tyler Booker.
So here's the problem with that. I mean, honest question: do you think any of these teams are going to take Milroe tomorrow? How long is he going to be here?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Another weekend in Green Bay. I mean, come on.
Nice, lovely spring day in Green Bay weekend.
Yeah, head up to wine country. Maybe drive down to the.
Is there wine country in Green Bay?
That's his reaction.
No wine that I want to drink.
I mean,
hey, Wisconsin is supposed to be like a good drinking state.
Go get some beer and some cheese.
Okay.
I mean,
Is it not? Is it cherry blossom? It's not quite cherry blossom time yet, right? Up in the peninsula.
Yeah.
Up in Door County.
Some sturgeon.
Go get a bratwurst or it's Polish sausage.
Some sturgeon caviar.
Yeah. They did show an overhead. It has thinned out big time since Green Bay's pick.
Once Green Bay picked, all those guys were like, we're going home.
Yeah.
All right, so the pick is in.
I wish I could zoom into their draft board. They've got round 2, round 3, round 4. Their draft board's just like right there.
Oh, it's just right there, isn't it?
With every name on them. How many teams have just like screenshot this? And
so someone absolutely just screenshotted that, and we're going to see it on Twitter in 10 seconds? 15?
You said screenshotted. Chris said screenshot, which is way better.
Which is way better, right? Which is better.
Sure.
Now, I don't know which one's correct, but I know which one's better.
I know which one I want to be correct.
I know which one's better.
McGrath is 100% correct that all those folks are going to get brandy drunk.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, brandy.
I have 48.
I drink brandy when I have a fever over 100.
Sounds about right, Chris.
Lawrence, bravo, sir.
There we go.
Bravo.
Yeah.
There we go. Malachi Starks. All right, so that fits.
That fits. This is just they're a boring team. I'm really curious what Detroit does because Detroit doesn't really have a lot of holes either, man. I mean, they're a really good football team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's certain players that will fit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you're picking at the bottom of the first, you're not really picking for need anymore. You're picking
you get to take best player available, but the problem is there aren't a ton of
Ezuraku?
Like elite players out here that I would just
he's edge. Do they need edge?
Do they go Will Johnson?
I mean, you can always take more D-line, always.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just.
They could go. I think I heard.
What is Montgomery's status? He was hurt a lot last year. They like to have a 1-2 punch.
Who is the fourth best QB generally? Is it Schuff or how do you pronounce
Stuck?
it?
Yeah, Tyler Stuck or Chuck. Chuck.
Yeah,
we were talking about him earlier.
Is Quinn Ewers just not going to be a good NFL player?
I kind of kept waiting. Like, I've watched a lot of Quinn Ewers, kind of waiting for fetch to happen, and I don't know. I'm just like that's a guy who was very, very solid in college.
Yeah,
and
highly sought after, good pedigree.
I think it's safe to very, very solid, and I don't think very, very solid was what the expectation was.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that doesn't make it in the NFL, clearly.
Yeah.
But I'd take a flyer on a guy like him. You're talking about, I just don't think there are no quarterbacks that I wanted in this draft. I would have been happy with Cam Ward, but that's he's literally
Curtis Rourke, baby. 7th round.
I'll be honest. I would take Milroe over Dart and over Shador simply because of the crazy, as unlikely as it is, the crazy potential ceiling is much higher. If you can figure out how to develop him, I don't think it's likely.
It's so much more than developing him, though.
A flyer on him in the 4th round versus one of these guys in the 1st, I would sign up for it.
No, if you look at all of his throws, that are his big highlight reel throws, throwing the football, those guys are wide open, and that just doesn't happen in the NFL
for multiple stretches of time. Now, granted. There were times when he was incandescent. There were also multiple stretches of time where he was a bad college quarterback.
Hang on. Do we remember in South Florida when they were losing to South Florida for most of that game? Like he's been really bad on an elite football team. You've got to take that into the context.
Yeah,
if you drop him in Minnesota, we literally don't know his name.
His great weapon is his ability to run and take off. And there were times where it was a great equalizer. And in the NFL, if you're Lamar Jackson and you can also throw super often, otherwise everyone is going to just stack.
Hold on, stop. We just praised Jackson Dart for being more athletic and being able to run. And now we're saying that doesn't matter.
Jackson Dart's a way better passer.
First off, I wouldn't have taken Jackson Dart either, by the way.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Honestly, the bigger point I'm making, because similarly,
Jackson Dart is far more qualified to play quarterback than Jalen Milrose is.
Similarly, what percentage of Shador's throws were to wide frickin' open receivers or to one of the greatest receivers we've seen in the last 5 years?
That's why I don't think you're supposed to do this in the NFL.
That's my point. I just like Milrose's crazy unlikely ceiling better than either of those two guys. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine, but the concept of why are we taking any of them?
It's not even close.
Why are we taking any of them? Why are they here?
Yeah,
they're really good at college.
Because this game is now roulette, and you put your money on a number. And that number is a QB, and you hope it hits.
I don't believe in that. I'm not taking. I'm the guy that year in and year out, the Browns were told you got to take a quarterback. And we kept passing, and finally they settled on Baker, and I was okay with Baker. I wasn't thrilled with Baker, but I was okay with Baker. In hindsight, Baker was the best thing that could ever happen to Cleveland. But all those years beforehand, we were told you got to take Wentz. Well, you got to take him. Why not? You got the number 2 pick. No, we don't. We don't have to take these guys. We're taking Myles Garrett over him.
We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. I'm saying don't take the quarterback in the 1st round. Wait till the 4th round and take Milroe.
Yeah, but I wouldn't take any of them. I'm not wasting the 4th rounder on it. I don't want to bring him into my roster. Now we're taking time from the coaches to try to teach this guy something. It's not my job. You're a professional. You should know how to play quarterback.
I'm picking Omari and Hampton to play quarterback. We will run the wing T.
I just don't know. Again, Shador, you could tell me, okay, there's this. his ability to be cerebral and pick the right guy and like dissect defenses that in the face of his athletic limitations, it translates at the next level. I just like Milroe, like I don't like versus NFL defenses. I don't.
It's not happening.
I don't see it happening.
But again, wide receiver, I don't know. I mean, I like
Running back.
But now again, we're talking about asking him to do
Williams.
something he's never done in the history of his life in the hopes that he could be good at that thing. Not just good at that thing, but elite 1% of 1% of all the people in the world at that thing. That's just not realistic.
I think Lawrence is on the right path. Is that like just sign Milroe to a free agent contract after the draft if you want to take a flyer.
Wow. I don't want him on my roster.
Detroit has taken defensive tackle Tyleik Williams from Ohio State.
Another Buckeye.
Hey,
another Buckeye.
We'll take him.
He was
If
awesome.
Detroit's going to draft him for us, yeah, let's go.
All right,
All right.
McKinnon made it in.
All right, my baby boy.
There he is.
Going on, boys?
What's up, McKinnon?
Y'all hear me all right this year?
Oh, you're still alive. The Falcons haven't killed you yet.
Well, I've been a fan since I was like 8, so I mean, that might be why I'm bald, but
I
about
can understand that. I can understand that.
But at least this year I decided just to don my Chief stuff because after that shit, I'm sitting out for a little while as a Falcons fan.
That's pretty wild. But
Like,
hey, it's
I
not as
get
crazy
that
as last
feeling.
year, so you know.
Like I get that part. I get being aggressive. That part doesn't bother me. But the guy you did it for and what you gave up for him don't add up.
Nope.
Yeah,
I mean, first round picks are overrated, really. You don't, especially next year's first round picks. I mean, who knows?
But here's the problem: is do the Falcons really think that they're going to be in a position where they don't have a high draft pick next year?
Yes, they do. 100%.
I mean, that's
Why?
wild.
Well, and to be fair, if you look at their roster, like the only thing they truly needed help on last year that killed them game in, game out was their D line. And then Cousins play whenever he was playing. Like after they put Penix in, like that wasn't really an issue. He was a rookie QB, so like that comes with growing pains. But their biggest issue
come with
in a week out
pains.
was D line. So like I can understand getting a couple of dudes early, but dadgum, that guy wasn't worth it. I like him. He's a damn good player, but he wasn't worth it.
Was that
Yeah,
the first? Was that the first Buckeye defender that went today?
We had offensive line. We had receiver.
Yeah, I think so.
It was. That's
Wow.
wild because that was easily the best defense in the nation this year. And
I think
it's
they had a
wow,
lot of-
that's the first time we're watching Buckeye defensive highlights tonight. They were just deep. A lot of good guys, a lot of positions.
Crazy.
And again, Downs isn't eligible to be drafted this year, so that's. I suppose
I'm already seeing all the tweets about the Ravens big board. Like a lot.
Yeah.
I think
Not surprised. Not surprised.
I think the Bucks defense, most of them were underclassmen. Like the really good ones were underclassmen.
Where's Jack Sawyer going? Jack Sawyer, the hero.
Probably second, third round.
yeah, but I mean, like that's the thing. Like
I've never heard a man orgasm on national TV before until Gus Johnson.
yeah.
Jack Sawyer, the hero.
There's
Oh.
and then the other awesome defensive lineman whose name I will never ever pronounce once correctly, JT Tui JT. Awesome. Sam, I feel like you've been able to hit it before, but it's Tui something.
Tui Pelosi?
Tui Omomalau, maybe.
Tui Maloau, right?
Tui Maloau.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
I think you might be missing one syllable, but I can't do better.
Tui
But anyway,
Tui
also
Maloau.
awesome at football. Like their defense
JTT.
is so flipping good. Where's like that's like Denzel Burke. Is he in this draft?
Did he have a year left of eligibility?
Yeah, I thought he was coming back.
Okay, so maybe he is. Well, they're going to be so.
Tom's response to not going to work here anymore.
Not going to work here.
Well played.
No, Denzel Burke.
Congrats for throwing 100. I feel like we should have been.
Burke went into the combine. He is in this draft, and he's projected a 4th rounder.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
That's shocking.
Hey, by the way, the Falcons, they finished next to last in the NFL in sacks this past season. They ranked outside the top 20 in 2023. They were number 31 in 22, number 32 in 21.
Yeah, they're bad at that.
Honestly, very bad at it. But tonight they took
really good year. The year they went to the Super Bowl on defense. After that, it's been downhill every single year.
Well, that's the Dan Quinn effect.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, it is.
All right, let's see who they got to help my baby boy.
Oh, yeah. All right, so let's see. Gonna get him another weapon?
No,
Chris,
they really probably just need defense. I had to guess, but I don't know what they're going to do. Mason Taylor right now.
Oh, this is an interesting one.
Made me happy.
That's right, Debo.
Oh.
They are protecting their biggest investment.
Whew.
Let's see. So
is that like the 7th offensive lineman, 8th offensive lineman taken tonight?
It's a lot.
I mean, Chris, you've been saying it all night. You got any questions? Go get the big boy.
Give me one of them big ones. That might be my favorite Billy Madison line out of all the – not Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore. That might be my favorite Happy Gilmore line. Out of all the great lines there, just give me one of them big ones.
I was hoping if the Chiefs went tackle, they were going to get Connerly and not who everybody has them. That was it Simmons from Ohio State?
Yeah. It looks like y'all going to end up with Simmons then.
Man, I hope not.
They're going to take a running back. Watch it.
Much rather have a D tackle.
Yeah, it might be, but I'm telling you what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to take a running back.
Yeah, Kansas City could go edge. You can take the kid from Marshall, that Green kid.
Mike Green.
Well, I mean, anybody along the D line, I'd be happy with. To be honest,
they're showing high school art. This has to be like Pee Wee football highlights.
Yeah, how much bigger
This
he is
is
than
how
everyone.
small everybody is in this highlight reel.
It's enormous.
Is
this
Connerly,
isn't meant to be.
He's an OT. All right.
Yeah,
he's a tackle.
Yeah,
this isn't meant to be another Milrow shot, but aside from Milrow, is the green room empty now, or is there anyone else in there?
No, I think they always bring people in for the second day too. Now that Friday's a standalone day.
Yeah, Jahad Campbell from Bama is in there too.
I was about to say, I think there are maybe not quite a few, but they always do have enough people in there to be there on day 2.
There was only 15 in there tonight.
Yeah, because everyone was bowing out. They're like,
well, yeah, that's because it's in Green Bay.
Yeah, can't blame them. Can't blame them.
Which, to me, there's not a whole hell of a lot to do there, but the historic part of Green Bay, I think that'd just be cool to experience. And I'm not even a Green Bay fan or anything. I think it'd just be neat to go.
Sure, you drive through, absolutely. You check it out, you keep going.
Here's a good thing. Where is like all the things that Shedeur Sanders does well? Dylan Gabriel doesn't do those things at least as well. I'm just like, he's one of those other guys where it's like Gabriel's going to be available in the 7th round or whenever. I'm like,
but Gabriel's 5'9".
I know he's short. I mean, Sanders isn't tall.
No, I didn't say he was short. I didn't say he was short. I said he was 5'9".
He might. I feel like Dylan Gabriel's probably going to go to the CFL and throw for like 15,000 yards.
Montreal Alouettes.
Yeah, he'll be an Alouette with oh my God, Tyrell Sutton, right? Wasn't he an Alouette?
Y'all are crazy. Yeah, y'all are nuts if you don't think that Dylan Gabriel is going to go to the Broncos and back up Bo Nix.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing. Sign me up for that.
Hey, I'm here for that. Let's go. Why not?
So,
I mean, they're the same guy.
I would really like to see for a good team or a team that wants to develop him. I'm a big Will Howard fan. I hate Ohio State, but I watched him a lot at K-State whenever I was stationed at Fort Riley. I don't know why, but I freaking love that guy.
I mean, I get it.
He did it at K-State. He
can run.
I mean, again, I'm like, this just kind of goes to what everything we were saying about Curtis Rourke. There are like guys that can be had late in this draft that why not? Howard's big and throws hard and had nothing but success. Rourke's big, throws hard, nothing but success.
Well,
and
Howard's
I know they can't.
Stats look a lot like Kyle McCord. Do you like Kyle McCord?
Hey, I'll take a Kyle McCord. Let's go.
Kyle McCord at Syracuse is like why after Kyle McCord at Ohio State, it's like what every Penn State fan is just praying is going to happen with Drew Aller. They just keep telling themselves, they're like, well, look,
you all saw
found it.
You saw who Syracuse got out of the portal, right?
Who did they get?
Please tell me that anybody else saw this.
No,
Steve
why am I
Angeli.
Oh my God.
From Notre Dame. Yeah. That boy's going to put up 5,000 yards next year.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Holy
Well,
crap.
so that's a guy who I know he's on a lot of people's like underrated or like dark horse boards. Is their tight end? Is it Aronde Gadsden Jr.?
Yeah.
I watched that guy play twice last year, and he was phenomenal both times. Now I know it's like level of competition, but he was really good. And who knows when he's going to go?
ESPN has him ranked the 13th best tight end.
Yeah, I mean he's a pure pass catcher. Like
13th,
I don't think
13th left.
He's and he's raw. I mean he's almost like an enormous wide receiver. And he probably didn't time well, but he was awesome the times that I watched him.
I think he's better than that. Who do we think the Bills are taking here? Basically, everybody that was on their big board. So Mike Bann from NFL Next Gen Stats projected Trey Amos, the cornerback out of Ole Miss.
I mean, you take Amos, you take Will Johnson.
More than anything else, I think.
I mean, Will Johnson. Sure. What's going on with Will Johnson?
That's a good question. What is going on
Injuries.
with Will Johnson?
Is it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because he
I know. Is this one of those like secret eval kind of situations? Because what's going on?
Well, he did miss a good chunk of last year, right? Because he was banged up during the Ohio State game. That was a big deal.
He missed 7 games and he missed pro day due to hamstring injury.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so I think that's he'll be a pickup for somebody day 2, and he'll end up being awesome. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston.
Don't go O tackle. I mean,
Kentucky.
Huh.
He was a green room guy.
Yeah.
And he's wearing blue already.
He was a Sexton
Kentucky, right?
Kentucky.
You see Big Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Jimmy back there.
I'm right behind y'all.
Like, of course, Buffalo took a Jimmy Sexton guy.
Yep, I can dig it.
Missed 5 games last year with a shoulder injury. Still had an interception and 4 pass breakups. Okay.
Well, that's where they got tore up last year. I mean, Elam was supposed to be this stud coming out of Florida and just turned into freaking nothing.
So the Eagles and Chiefs just traded.
Wait, the Eagles and Chiefs just traded?
Like flipped the last 2 picks?
Traded. Yeah. Eagles are on the clock now. Eagles give 32 and 164 to the Chiefs. Chiefs go up, trade 31. So just flip-flop, and the Chiefs pick up a late pick.
So this is one of those ones where it's like the Chiefs. It's what we were saying about the Chiefs earlier, which is like the Eagles are going to grab some raw weapon now, and we're all going to be like, oh damn it!
Yeah, but I mean, the
there's
Chiefs,
no weapon left in this draft.
No, but I mean that's the thing. Like they have the luxury of taking whoever, whatever they want.
But that's the thing.
what if they
the
take
Chiefs
Jalen
are trading
Milroe?
with them?
What if they take Jalen Milroe?
Wide receiver.
But Sam, you're making the point. Like, there's no reason for the Chiefs to move up unless they want the guy that the Chiefs were going to get.
Right.
And
if there's somebody you want, why would you?
Why would you trade the pick if
Yeah.
there's somebody you want?
Unless
so
there's somebody
that
else
logic
trying to get
doesn't
it.
make
I don't
any
know.
sense. It's like
What,
snip,
what
snap,
if
snip,
they're going
snap.
after Burton?
What are we doing?
Luther,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
they don't really need wide. I mean,
But I mean, what else do they need? Adding an extra guy is never a bad thing.
unless like
Well, yeah, AJ's not locked up, is he?
I think he's got 1 year left.
I bet this is for an edge, like Mike Green or
Nick Scourton.
Zirikaru.
Get him. Yeah.
But again, why
If you're
not
the
wait
Chiefs, why do you give up that pick?
a pick?
Yeah, that's
Unless the Chiefs called him or like, hey, so and so's trying to
Yeah,
trade
if
up.
someone else is on the phone and they want him, but like,
well. And Veach was
Or-
saying last week that he was completely fine moving back with this draft. He only had 10 to 15 guys as true number one or true round one talents. So, that's not really surprising they traded back, but it's surprising they
But
traded back one freaking
one pick. One pick.
So if you're the
But you
Chiefs,
get an extra pick.
but hang on,
Yeah.
if you're the Chiefs, you probably trade back because you're trying to get somebody to trade up into the first round for
Oh, yeah.
someone.
This might
and
be
you
just
need more
buying time.
And you
Yeah.
need more time. So you basically are willing to give Philadelphia whatever pick
Yeah.
they want.
You're
to
on
make
you're
that
on the
play.
Well, and
You're on
here's
the-
the thing too is they don't have any picks between rounds 4 and 7.
smack some money on.
Tom's.
Phase
You know,
1,
that's-
steal underpants. Phase 3, profit.
McGrath
Got some,
McGrath throws nothing but heat.
that old boy's got some one-liners tonight,
God.
buddy.
Oh yeah,
Oh, he's the funniest.
we were at the lacrosse game with him a week ago. Same.
Those kind of guys are rare. You know that? Like they've got some comment that will
Oh,
make
yeah.
you spit your drink out for everything.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
fair.
Tom.
That was
1000%.
for a very long time.
The things that Tom McGrath has shouted at Northwestern sporting events that can't be repeated here.
Yeah, I love it. He said I show up late to make up for it. Yep. Ay.
And to be fair on his comment earlier about Green Bay, buddy, I do my best not to go above the Mason-Dixon line as much as I can. So I've never been to Green Bay before.
McKinnon, don't bother.
I've been.
Yeah.
I've been by
This
it
is a
many
place. This is
times.
a place you can skip.
Although I would bet that McKinnon would have a good time in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, sure. Green
Wisconsin,
Bay.
cool. Green Bay.
Green Bay is not really Wisconsin.
I'd just like to go. I mean, Lambeau is just historic, and I'm into history and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
go check out.
Again, you go,
It'd be cool
check
trip.
it out, and then carry on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like a full week. It'd be like a part of the weekend, not a full weekend.
Yeah, go to Milwaukee.
It'd be perfect.
You could
Pick up some brats in Sheboygan.
drive up there and come right back down.
I'm gonna go
Hit Mars
Mars
Cheese Castle,
there.
turn right around. We've driven up there. Again, Door County's nice. Go up to Door County. Nice little area. That'll
Lot
take
of
you
beers.
close to
Like,
Green
yeah,
Bay.
just that how blue collar that area is supposed to be. And granted, like I said, I've never been there before, but everyone's always said it's just a regular old blue collar area, kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and kind of folks kind of there to do their own thing.
I mean, the idea that they have an NFL team is sweet. Like, I wish more random cities had NFL teams. Like, that's cool.
I do think it's pretty cool that I hate Green Bay and everything about it. The Packers I'm speaking about for obvious reasons. I do think it's pretty flippin' cool that the team is owned by the people of Green Bay and there's a waiting list to become a shareholder. Like that's pretty fucking cool.
Right.
Yeah.
McGrath, you go to Green Bay. Like, yeah, that's Route 57. Literally have missed that turn. Literally have had to go to Green Bay.
Yep. Oh, and
That's
here.
a real thing.
And you're only going to Door County because your mom made you.
Mother-in-law, technically, in my case. No, Door County's cool. Door County's fun. But again,
Right, so the Eagles.
Door County
Eagles-
was part. Real quick, Door County was part of our contingency plan when we were really worried that we were going to get stuck in Lambeau for 2 Northwestern home football games
Against
before they
Wisconsin.
got all that ironed out.
One against Wisconsin and the other against Michigan, right?
Who has fallen that we're not thinking of?
Johnson is the main one.
Yeah, Johnson. Mike Green is a name that's
Mike Green. Jihad Campbell, maybe.
They're obviously not drafting one of the running backs.
But none of these guys are the guy that we're all gonna like. Oh damn! I can't believe he landed in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
like that's just not in this draft.
Green.
Is this your tight end, Chris?
Chris's arguments and Scuzz's arguments about the same thing are both sound. I wouldn't say he slipped. Travion, most people had him mocked somewhere in this area.
But they're not taking a running back.
I just don't think.
Yeah. I don't talk to Eagles. I'm just saying the question of if anyone slipped, who would that be?
Yeah. But they're definitely not taking that.
There you go. They get the 5th round pick. That makes a lot of sense. Like I said, they have 2 3rd round picks, a 4th round pick, and then 3 7th round picks.
Oh, so get something else in the middle.
Anything between 4 and 7.
There we go. All right. Well, that's 2 for my boys.
Neuro comes in for a hug that counts.
That does. I'll drink some water.
Now there was one.
All right, so Jihad Campbell, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, and I get why the Eagles would jump up to try and get him to make sure that Kansas City does not.
Gary, does he play more edge or more linebacker, like true linebacker?
He's more true linebacker.
Oh, and that's something the Chiefs they needed at some point in this draft, I think, but they're pretty well set at linebacker for at least the next year.
Oh, it did longer than that.
But would they have taken? Would the Chiefs have taken them there at 31?
Potentially.
No. I don't would have.
I mean,
historically
probably not.
Linebackers that high.
But unless the Chiefs were putting out, hey,
I mean
we might.
Like Howie's the freaking man. Like I can't. Like yes, he almost fucked up his career, but like Howie's the man. But Veach is no slouch.
Mr. Magoo. He Mr. Magooed his ass all the way to it.
But Garrett or Chris, you always said for years, man, these guys, regular old dudes that can't do shit other than have something to do with football.
Yeah,
So
otherwise they'd all be
they'd
be like PE teachers.
Well, Howie probably wouldn't. Howie would probably be an attorney or something like that. I don't know. He looks like an
speed
attorney.
range, pass rush. Edrin Cooper is there.
But surprise, surprise, the Eagles picked a defensive player from either Georgia or fucking Alabama. So I feel like that's on par.
Kind of working out for them.
Yeah, I think this pick fits in pretty well.
It's fucking working out for him.
So 2 more Alabama first rounders this year. So not as many as usual, but
someone else wanting to get into the first. Is Casey moved down again?
It says the pick's in, but that could be a trade.
Then I guess not. Now, if it's a trade, it would say it'll say trade.
Nolan Smith Jr., Zach Bond, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter.
I'm thinking either D tackle, wide receiver, or running back. God, I hope it's not tackle. I said that last year for Xavier Worthy too, and I'm glad I was wrong. But
Josh Simmons is probably the guy, unless they go green.
What receivers are left on the board right now that would be in consideration?
Burden for sure.
Higgins,
Luther, yeah.
Higgins, Harris, Burden.
I forgot about Burden.
Yeah, well, apparently he had a bunch of bad interviews, which is a big reason why he dropped. But he supposedly had a good interview with the Chiefs. So
Chiefs don't care about bad interviews.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
if anybody doesn't care about
Yeah.
that shit, you read.
They do not.
Also seems to be working for them generally.
Not this year. Most
So
years, yeah.
Cleveland picks at 33. Shador,
Please no.
does he still have
I
a
mean,
chance?
sure. Why not?
I mean, why not, right?
I mean, you've got
Value.
Because he's
got
not
all night.
good. We
You've
don't
got
need
all
another
night.
name on that list.
Guys, Brett McMurphy tweets, weird stat. Shedeur Sanders is the first player in college football history to have his number retired and not be selected 5 days later in the NFL first. I mean, I don't want to shit. I have no shit for Shedeur Sanders. Like, whatever. Like, Shedeur, you be you. I'm all good with it. But like,
Right, he didn't ask to
retiring
have
his number is
retired.
the stupidest thing I've ever.
Oh, I
heard.
don't know that he
was
didn't
so
ask
dumb.
for it. I don't know that he didn't ask for it. You're making a lot of assumptions.
Sure.
Whether he did or not, it's the stupidest. I mean, I asked for
Yeah.
a lot of shit when I was 20 years old. Like, it was.
He was
just-
13 and 12 as a quarterback. Like
They shouldn't have done it.
I know.
Okay, I get I come off as a hater, but anybody that walks off the damn field before their team is done playing the game and you're not injured, I think you're a douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably so. Best wide receivers left on the board. You've got Luther Burden. You've got Pat Bryant, Tez Johnson, Brew McCoy, Xavier Restrepo, Jordan Watkins from Ole Miss, DeQuan Felton from Virginia Tech. He's probably going to go later. Nick
Jaden
Nash
Higgins?
from San Jose State. As far as the Chiefs, I'm going to guess it's Josh Simmons or one of these edges, whether it's Mike Green or the Ezaraku guy or Nick Scourton, one of those.
Simmons makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, because they need offensive line and defensive line help. More edge, I guess.
Their offensive line was hot garbage last
I was
year.
about to say, I think their O-line's worse than that.
There you go.
So multiple
Josh
OSU
Simmons.
offensive linemen.
Josh Simmons.
And McKinnon jumped off the.
Is he not happy?
I don't think he's happy.
Yeah, it's an offensive lineman. I don't know what he's mad about. His offensive line sucks. They got an offensive lineman. There are no stars right now. Like,
Yeah.
this was not the
Right, this
draft that
isn't-
we're used to having. That's
Right.
okay. This is part of how life works sometimes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Golden is the kind of guy that like the Chiefs have always stolen late, but there's not another one of those guys.
Well, there
Yeah,
weren't
Luther
enough
Burden is-
other guys in the draft for a guy like that to fall. Like, it was the same thing like the situation with the Eagles. Like, you're afraid of like who's this guy that fell that we're gonna miss out on or that's gonna land there. Like, that guy didn't exist.
I mean, not even just as a homer. AJ Henning is 100% one of those guys, but he's available day 2 or day 3.
Yeah.
It's like like Malik Washington going to the Dolphins last year. Like there are those guys available later, but there was no like combine guy, right? There was no guy. Everyone was like, "Holy crap! Look what he did in the combine!" Like,
That's right.
Because
I don't know
most
why-
of them.
I
didn't
don't know
do
why
that.
anybody's upset about this Josh Simmons pick. I'm like,
Yeah, this is milquetoast.
Well, it's
Hey, how
let's
many
give it
offensive
to
line,
him.
how many offensive linemen went in the first round? How many offensive linemen went?
Oh, it felt like a ton.
I mean, did we get double digits? Did we get to 10?
Yeah,
They took a
I
third of
think
the
we got
draft.
10.
I don't know that we're
We got.
far from it.
Well, let's see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It felt like a lot, but it may not have been.
I think it's a lot.
7, 8. I'm counting 8.
That's a lot, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a quarter of the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems
McKinnon,
like a
what do you
lot.
think? Not a fan of Simmons?
ESPN draft day predictor
Man.
3%. Where are these
A
numbers
patella
coming?
injury is just if it was an ACL, I wouldn't care, to be completely honest. But a patella injury, that is damn hard to come back from. But the Chiefs have done stuff like this before, and as long as their staff checked them out and called it good, I feel okay about it. but you also just paid an offensive tackle starting money this offseason. So, like, I think the plan is, like, this guy has to sit. I mean, I don't think he's going to be ready until August at least. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, again, there was no rock star pick here.
No, I mean,
what else you taking?
That's kind of the thing about picking at the end of the draft. I mean, yeah, it's good that your team's doing good, but, like, you're pretty much stuck with whatever is left.
Well, I mean, in normal drafts, there's a lot of players that are good. This just wasn't one of them. These guys, this is what we got. This is a class that was here.
Yeah. And to be fair, the reason that Simmons was still on the board is because of the injury. It's the same thing about Will Johnson. Like, he'll go tomorrow to somebody, and they'll sit him for a while and let him heal up, and then he's probably going to be awesome.
All right. Yeah. So I have this question that I tried to ask before my internet went out and I got booted off. I noticed that Mason Graham is the only player that got drafted that went back to the green room and was hanging out in the green room and, like, hugging and shaking hands with all the guys as they were getting drafted. What does that say about him?
Vibes guy.
Did he not have any friends that came to Green Bay with him? It's like they're by himself. It's like, well, I don't have anything else to do. I guess I'll just hang out here.
His teammates didn't go to his birthday party.
That could have been linemen have the most fun than anybody on the football field.
Yeah, it absolutely is from draft day.
I know. I got it. I just don't like. I don't know. Like, is he a dork? Is he a loser? Oh man, I don't know that I like that.
No, I think he's the vibes guy.
I just got drafted. Now I'm gonna go sit back on the couch where I was waiting to get drafted and hang out
with his buddies, pumping up all his buddies. Don't you
want
that
buddies?
For your locker room?
He doesn't know any of these guys. They're not his friends.
They all know each other.
No, they know each other.
They all know each other. I have a question because I wasn't here for the Travis Hunter pick.
Okay.
Which Travis Hunter getting picked number 2 in the draft makes all the sense in the world. You could argue he should have gone could have gone number 1 to the right team. What did you guys think about Jacksonville trading up to get him?
Good for them.
We talked about him a lot, but we didn't really talk about the concept that he went to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I think phenomenal for them. Great work. I mean, like, there's a chance that's the face of the city 5 years from now.
Yeah.
Like,
what, the face of London?
The face of ouch.
Here's my big question. If he pans out as both a corner and a wide receiver in the NFL, what's that contract going to look like?
Yeah.
Well, that'd be interesting.
It won't be a quarterback contract still, though. I mean,
my hot take is still that he's a wide receiver, but I don't know.
I say you play them both. You just got to look at the analytics. And he plays every first down, no matter what side of the ball it is, and he plays most third downs. And I think you can make the math work to where he plays the same amount of snaps as everybody else.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you just play him on crucial downs. He never needs to be on the field on second down, and that's just how the math is going to work.
I mean, it's sweet.
The reason I asked is because I think it's a real what we think of ourselves versus what everybody else thinks of us issue with Jacksonville, because Jacksonville's not a wide receiver away from being or a DB away from being or a guy that can play both away from being relevant.
They were talking about Genty at 4. They're damn sure not a running back away from being there.
No.
I don't know. I can't help it.
I hope I really hope Travis Hunter does well.
I do too. I think it's going to be
Jacksonville
fun, and I hope he gets to play both. No, I think we're okay. I mean, they've been good in the past. Just because they're Jacksonville doesn't mean that they have to be bad.
I mean, again, I'm like, I don't know. Like
Broyles took him to an AFC title game.
To me, I'm like, the ceiling for him in my mind is Justin Jefferson. That's the ceiling.
All right. So I think there's 0% chance of that happening.
Well, I mean, again, though, that's where I'm like the athleticism and like the production and everything.
I think he's a freak, but we've never seen him be anywhere remotely close to that on offense.
Well, I don't know.
Here's the thing. You're assuming wide receiver because that's technically more valuable of a position in the NFL and a higher paid position.
I mean, honestly,
but
I'm just like
he's better at DB. He grades out better at DB than he does at wide receiver. So to assume that his ceiling at the thing that he's not as good as is the best wide receiver in the sport is a little bit much.
I don't know. Honestly, his tape blew my doors off as a wide receiver. I'm like, I mean, that's part of my whole Shador thing. Is I'm like, Shador. Those are just
Shador's highlights are just Travis Henry highlights. That's true.
But again, I'm telling absolute ceiling, and I'm not saying that's going to happen. But if it happened, that's Jacksonville, Florida, and when the hell else are they ever going to get someone like that? In that, you know what I mean? I'm like,
they got someone there pretty special.
Trevor
right
Lawrence.
Now. They got someone there pretty special right now. And,
I feel like they're there every other
Brian
year.
Thomas Johnson Jr. So,
hey, gentlemen, I am done. I gave it all I
I
could.
got about 10 minutes left in me.
I'm not far behind.
yeah. Well,
it's been a pleasure as
We
always.
only did this for 4 hours.
Sammy,
Yeah.
good to see you,
We're looking
brother.
at almost 4
Gentlemen.
hours right now.
Thank y'all so much.
Feel better,
This is
Samuel.
awesome.
Forward to next year.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cheers.
Catch you later. Bye.
No, so the Travis Hunter thing. So one of my like little hot takes was there's a world where I think Travis Hunter's not nearly as good as everyone thinks he is. Like he becomes a slot receiver and he becomes a number 2 cornerback because once you get into the NFL, everybody's bigger, stronger, and faster, and he hasn't ever gone up against anybody as good as any of these other guys. Like he looks easy to get wide open at Colorado, but there are no Patrick Surtains that he's going up against at Colorado. And if he just turns into a slot receiver, that's just a really good slot receiver. That ain't second pick overall. No, he's a big dude. No, he's got the size. He's got all the measurables. He has everything you want someone to have. But we've seen wide receivers not pan out. That's just we've seen it before.
True.
I think what I like most about him, and this is more in the vein of like why he's so valuable as a two-way player. I mean, he's not going to be the top receiver in the NFL. I just don't think that's plausible.
That's correct. But he can be really good.
He's a guy that like all of the evaluations come back as like this dude is so instinctual. He just knows how to play the game. Like he is going to grind out an impact on both sides of the ball in a really effective way. So I think it's
have to play both sides, and I think you have to do it in the way we talked about. You've got to let the math work itself out. To let him play every down on both sides like they did in college is not realistic.
No.
But you just make the math work.
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be good. I just think it is interesting, and I don't know what they gave up to move up those couple positions.
They gave up a lot. They gave up a whole lot. They gave up a second and a first for next year. A second this year and a first. And there was more to it than that. They got some late round stuff back.
They better be able to play him both ways then, I guess is the takeaway there.
Because they gave up a second this year's draft. So we have 2 seconds coming up to the Browns this year. And now next year, the Browns got 2 first-round picks.
Good job, Browns.
And they only moved from 2 to 5.
Hear me out. I think a good comp for him as far as receiver goes is going to be like, Godwin or Lockett. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like those guys.
Well, those guys played forever. Lockett did, I guess, and has been good. I think that's low end. But I also think that if he's Lockett, it's hard to call Lockett a bust. But when you take in second overall, and if that is what he becomes, that's not what you're wanting him to be.
What about Debo?
On the defensive back part of it,
that's the utility knife of Debo Samuel. That's
where I see him.
Conversation.
Yeah.
Well, almost like a L'Jarius Sneed type, where like he may not be the best corner in the NFL year in year out, but he's damn sure up there.
I think he's good. I genuinely think he's a better cornerback than he is a receiver, and I think they're going to be a fool to not put him there.
I mean, he dominated at wide receiver. Dominated. Like it wasn't. I mean, that's why he won the Biletnikoff. But I mean, like the tape is. I mean, I get it. It's Big 12. It wasn't like he was better. He obliterated everyone that he's uncoverable. And I don't know, like again, like maybe maybe it equalizes when he gets to the league, but
we'll see. I'm excited to see it. The reason it's more than zero that he's not the god that we all think he's going to be. Now, I think he's the safest pick in that top round, that top area. And like I said, when this whole thing started, there was one player I truly believed has a really good chance at getting a gold jacket. That's Giannini. That's it, because he plays a position that I think he's going to dominate at that position, no matter where he lands.
The NFL draft prospects ratings at NFL.com has Giannini number 1, Abdul Carter number 2, Travis Hunter 3, Tyler Warren 4, Colston Loveland 5, Will Johnson 6.
Wow.
And then
Will Johnson, man.
This has to be. This has to be one of those things where.
But even Carter, I wouldn't believe Carter to be over Henry. Travis Henry. Yeah.
Whatever those ratings are, they clearly are not injury adjusted.
Travis Hunter.
That's the thing. How did all of that injury flag? I mean, people knew he was hurt, but clearly he's getting
just off
the first round.
Top 30 visits, and people did not like what they saw.
Yeah, it's just the medicals, right? Like, because that's not public information until it's not public now either. But this is always every year. There's somebody that they were banged up, but like they're high end prospect, yada, and then they fall like this because all the teams got to do the medical evaluation, and they were like, problem. We're not going to draft from this guy, and none of us could figure that out until tonight. One last thing on Hunter. So in 2 games against Nebraska's defense, 3 catches for 73 yards. 0 touchdowns in 2023, 10 catches for 110 yards, and 0 touchdowns in 2024. And I'm not saying that that's a problem for Hunter in the NFL. I do think it indicates that he's maybe not the game breaker on his own. But if anything, that's more of an indictment on Sanders and how you can disrupt him with an effective pass rush, defensive line, etc. And that's just a very interesting window to look at those two.
And I'll tell you this: there are no negative defensive highlights of his. Like you just can't find him blowing a coverage. You can't find him. You rarely can't even find him missing the tackle. Like. He tracks the ball. One of the reasons he's the receiver that he is because he can track the football better than most of the wide receivers he's guarding. This is why I think if you're going to play him at just wide receiver, you wasted your pick.
Yeah,
because you have to be able to utilize that DB aspect because that's what he's best at.
And also too, like safe pick where you're saying, how is he not great at something?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. Other than Giannini, him and Giannini are the only 2 players that I would bet significant money that there's no chance they're bust. There's no chance that they're without injury, they're out of the league in 3 or 4 years. Everybody else has potential to not be as good as we think they are.
I hate the 2 teams that they went to, though. Ugh. Why couldn't those guys be on better teams?
I'm going to tell you this. You don't like the Raiders, and some of that might be Sammy rubbing off on you, but that organization are doing things completely different than the Raiders of old, and Pete Carroll is going to take him and make him one of the best running backs on the planet.
For anyone wondering, this is Tom Brady's 11th Super Bowl ring talking through Chris's brain.
But seriously, though, think about the changes that
I know they've changed significantly from the days of yore, but they're still the Raiders. We'll see.
Okay.
This is true.
Raiders going to Raider, Chargers going to Charger, and Broncos going to Bronco, baby. Go Chiefs.
God almighty. God almighty. The best draft.
Happy for Sam that he missed that.
Yeah. The best prospects left on the board for tomorrow per NFL.com. Will Johnson, who was number 6, Mike Green from Marshall, the edge rusher, who is number 11. We've got Luther Burden at number 15. Nick Emanwari, safety from South Carolina. He is number 18. And Donovan Izaraku from Boston College, another edge rusher. He is number 20.
What do we think Tennessee's doing off the top?
Probably.
Browns have
They need somebody for Cam Ward to throw to, so probably Luther Burden.
Jalen Milroe.
He fit in nicely.
Imagine they took Shador, covered their bases.
Like, one of these guys has to work, right?
That would be amazing. That would be a choice.
It would be pretty hilarious though.
All over again.
Imagine again though, it goes to the way evaluations and the way talk works and everything leading up to the draft. If you would have backed up a month and a half and be like, it's possible that the Titans can get both of these guys at the top of the first and the top of the second. I just think the eval process and everything postseason was just not kind to Shador Sanders. But
yeah.
Now it's
interesting. This says
anybody that walks off the field whenever their team is still playing a damn game is a douchebag.
Yeah. Again, I can't in that situation. I can't ignore the fact that Cam Ward didn't play the second half of his bowl game.
Yeah, but it's a bowl game versus a regular season game.
It's not Tennessee.
But it wasn't just.
The Browns are on the clock.
McKinnon, if it wasn't serious, they wouldn't have sacrificed a Pop-Tart at the end of the game. He gave his life for the seriousness of the bowl game.
Here's the problem. I'm jumping at the end of this, but I heard McKinnon say it earlier. I don't care if these guys are douchebags or choir boys.
They're football players.
I'm looking at what you've done on the field, and I don't think it's justified for you to be an NFL player. You're not one of the 32 or even 64th best quarterbacks on the planet. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't care who your dad is. I don't care how you acted in college. To an extent, I don't care how you acted. But
I think your Browns are going to take him number 1 in the second round or number 4. They got both picks. I'm just telling you, right? You just prepare yourself, my friend.
Yeah, Browns are number 33. Your loins. Texans are 34. And
we have 2
Titans
first-round picks
34.
next year. What do you think we should do? We should wait until next year to take the quarterback.
Arch.
Again, what are you losing taking Shador at this point? It's all
a
value.
lot. You lose a lot because you bring him into your locker room. You can't take another guy next year. If it's really bad, you get rid of Stefanski, who's a really good coach.
He is a really good coach. Do you guys need a running back?
It probably wouldn't hurt since Chubb is probably playing broken. He's got a pretty big contract for a running back, but I don't know how many years left he's got on those knees.
Well, you're not going to be happy if they take Henderson either, are you?
I don't care. No, listen, I'm not. I will tell you this. There's nobody that as long as they don't take a quarterback in this draft, there's nobody I'm going to be upset with because I'm not expecting anybody to come in and change this roster. I'm not expecting anybody. But if they start the clock on a new quarterback, it changes everything that you're laying the foundation for next year.
Yeah,
that's
fair.
the problem I have.
Yeah, fair.
That's the problem.
I bet they take Will Johnson.
Perfect. Great. No
That'd
problem.
be a great pick. Yeah.
But I want no quarterback because if you take one, now you're starting the clock. And now you're going to give them 2 to 3 years. And then now you got to hope that you've got another good quarterback down the road after that if it doesn't work out.
Well, Will Johnson, you don't have to play him for a year. That makes it easy.
I don't think – I don't know. I feel like if Arch has the kind of season that he can have, I think all bets are off. I don't know. I don't see Cleveland keeping themselves from taking Arch Manning because they have –
But my thing is this. All right, look, you got the Ohio State running backs. We pick 1. We pick 4. Just take them both.
Yeah, I think one of the 2 at least is ending up with the Browns. They've got all the tape on those guys.
I like Johnson from Iowa. I know that might be weird, but
he killed us.
Yeah, I like Scattaboo. I haven't hid that at all. There's a reason it took 2 of them to win at Ohio State. Because neither one of them were good enough to carry the team.
Yeah.
Arias Alexander is a defensive tackle from Toledo. Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, Texas A&M. There's a lot of good players still left on the board.
No, there's guys. And like I said, I'm not expecting anybody else taken to take us to a Super Bowl run this year, or to really alter the franchise in a way that's ultra meaningful. I'm not putting all my hopes in that. If you take Shador, then you start at the clock. And that means you can't take somebody next year. Or they're not going to. Not that you can't, but they're just not going to.
Yeah, maybe.
And if they do, I really like this front office. I like the moves that they made. And I really like Stefanski. If it goes badly after taking the quarterback, then you're changing everybody over and you're doing it again. And I'd rather just go into it with, we've got 2 first-round picks next year. Let's use whatever capital we have to make sure we come away with like next year. Whoever that is.
Where does Pittsburgh pick in the second? Same spot?
I'm gonna bet late.
Because if it's not the Browns, it's not the Giants, right?
Steelers are crap. Hold on, that's first round. Let's see. They were 21st in the first round.
They do not have a second round pick.
Wait, so who took Dart?
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants.
Yep.
So if it's not Cleveland, who is it?
Well, it doesn't have to be anybody. Like, you're working under the premise that somebody's got a gun to these guys' heads and they have to take this kid.
No, I'm asking the question because I'm wondering how far he's going to fall.
So the options, Saints at 8.
Oh.
Rams at 14.
Jets at 42.
Jets at 42
Okay.
or number at 10.
Yeah, there are plenty of places for him to go.
Okay. He makes sense for all of them in the second round. Sure.
Yeah. Like he'll go somewhere. It'll be fine. Right,
y'all, I'm gonna have to jump off shortly.
Yeah, I think we're all going.
Okay. Let's go on and wrap this bad boy up. Another successful year 7. Not too shabby, my friends.
Amazing.
We're a lot soberer this year. We got to do better next year, gentlemen.
I know.
Well, you got here late. I couldn't drink until you drank.
I feel bad.
Like I was saying, I talked myself out of. I was staring at the dragon's milk today in the freezer, in the fridge, and didn't go with it. It would have been a different show.
Here you go, Chris. Cleveland represent.
I'll pass on that IPA stuff.
All right, fellas, let's wrap this thing up.
Thank you, boys.
Everybody, of course, check out the Westlight Pirates. Check out what Winning Cures Everything, and whatever Chris decides to be a part of.
Whatever comedy club Chris is hitting up.
I'm available all the time. I'm a phone call away.
There we go.
All right, we'll see you guys, at least for this, again next year.
That's right. Later, boys.
Thanks for listening to Winning Cures Everything. Make sure and follow me on Twitter @GaryWCE. If you want to toss in a question, you can email me Gary@winningcureseverything.com. Make sure and hit that subscribe button, and we'll see you next time.